welcome yet again to the Virtually Vicky pre-show. Tonight, 80s Wrestling Con is proud to present yet another epic virtual signing with none other than the $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase. But clearly, I am not alone today. So let me introduce to you one of my very, very good friends, Mr. Rob Williams.
Thank you, Vicky. It's an honor to be sitting here next to the one who always lies, cheetah, and steals your heart, the goddess champion herself, the vivacious, vicious Vicky, ahead of this 80s Wrestling Con presentation, virtual signing by former 24/7 champion, former tag team champion. He's a WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. Ted Dibiase. I'm excited, Vicky.
Yes, it's going to be a very, very, very exciting night, and I am very, very honored to actually share this with you. Usually I like to do things solo, but you know what? Tonight I'll make an exception. I will make an exception. So.
Well, thank you for letting me do this, and like Ted Dibiase always says, everyone has a price. So I did want to get a Vicky 8x10. I have $3.
Oh!
If that's cool.
Well, you know what, Mr. Williams? I'm worth a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
So maybe later we'll talk about it. Okay?
All right. But I'm super excited for this one. You know, you think Ted Dibiase, the $1 Million Man, arguably one of the greatest heels of all time. Everyone has a price. He could buy the officials. He could buy titles, as we've seen. He could buy a Royal Rumble spot. I'm super excited for this rare opportunity for fans in 2021 to connect and go to 80swrestlingcom.com right now and order your pictures.
Do it. It's never too late. Don't ever forget that. As soon as we start the pre-show, go on to the website. Get it in now. Why would you want to miss out on this? I mean, come on. Really.
Absolutely, and fans are pumped right now. We even have some submissions from the 80s Wrestling Con universe coming in, and our first clip is coming in from Mike from Howell, New Jersey.
Yep, check it out.
Ted Dibiase was without a doubt the greatest heel pro wrestling has ever seen. There was nothing endearing about the man. He did his job very, very well. The greatest angle ever in professional wrestling was when he and Andre took the title from Hulk Hogan. Nothing will ever top that again. And it was because of the antagonist that Ted Dibiase was. Buying his own belt, humiliating people, the whole Virgil storyline. There's so many unbelievable things about Ted Dibiase. And who can forget that iconic laugh? Because as we all know, everybody does have a price for the $1 Million Man. Yeah!
I've said it once and I will say it again. These 80s wrestling fans are absolutely out of their minds in the best way possible. Rob, what do you think after watching that?
Absolutely. We love these 80s fans. We appreciate the love. And Vicky, obviously no stranger to having fan love or heat sometimes from the fans.
Yeah, sometimes. What can I say? I can be a little bit of a bad girl.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but obviously having, being no stranger to having gold around the waist. I saw you eyeing the $1 Million title here when you came in.
I was, because A, it's very, very shiny, and B, that would look absolutely amazing around my waist. Let's just be real here, okay?
I mean, it would be priceless.
Yes.
I mean, and speaking of priceless opportunities, although everyone does have a price, you can have a very rare opportunity, a golden opportunity, in fact, to have the other half of Money Inc., Mr. Mike Rotunda, IRS. We can have an autograph signed here tonight, a very rare opportunity from the $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase. We'll hold that for 2 weeks, and you get the other half of Money Inc. to sign that on January 25th. What a rare opportunity. Get those orders in right now, 80swrestlingcon.com.
Yes, and we say it every single time. It's never too late to get those orders in. It doesn't matter. You have so much time to do this. And Rob, it is one of those moments where it's like, why would I not do this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, guys, get it in.
2021, this is a golden opportunity, like we said earlier. And, I'm just excited to see the $1 Million Man himself, Mr. Ted Dibiase, arguably one of the greatest heels of all time. Being a heel is something you may or may not know a little bit about, Vicious Vicky, but when you see Ted Dibiase, what does that mean to you?
I am super, super excited and super nervous because Ted Dibiase is one of the all-time greats, hands down, and I've been studying him for quite a while, so to meet him and be in his presence is definitely an honor, for sure.
Absolutely, and you think about Ted Dibiase, I automatically think back to that time where, you see the little boy dribbling the basketball. He has to dribble it 15 times, and sure enough, the $1 Million Man doesn't pay him because he kicks it away at that last one. You would never do something like that.
No, because the kid clearly didn't see it coming. I'll give him a pass. Me, I'm a little bit more sharper than that. So, come on. It's Vicky.
You would never do that.
No. I will.
All right, but let's hear from the 80s Wrestling Con universe. Let's throw it to Mr. John Bubba Calls.
What's up, everybody? This is Bubba John coming to you with Stormy the Dog, getting ready for the Ted Dibiase 80s WrestleCon virtual signing. Who did not love to hate the $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase, when you were a kid? Anybody who would kick a basketball out from underneath a little kid right when he was just about to make that last dribble, or he would make people kiss his sweaty feet just to give him that money, and you just wanted to hate him. I remember when he gave the championship to, when he bought the championship from Andre the Giant, and I'm thinking, you can't do that, that's Hulk Hogan's championship. Just so much stuff with him and IRS as the Money Inc., and I know I'm just looking forward to this signing. I've got a couple items sent in, because everybody's got a price for the $1 Million Man, baby.
All right, here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
And yet another. Rob, these fans, talk about dedication. I don't have fans like that. Do you?
No, I really don't. I'm no Vivacious Vicious Vicky or Ted the $1 Million Man DiBiase. And you talk about DiBiase, and like we keep saying here, everyone has a price. So right now, get your orders in at 80wrestlingcon.com. But enough shameless promo.
Yes,
I think Ted DiBiase, where he legit bought the WWE title and paid Andre the Giant. You would never do something like that, Vicky, would you?
I mean, if I could, I would, but I don't know. I try to be. You know what? I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to. You can't put me on the spot like that and expect me to really give my secrets away to people. No, I'm not gonna do that.
Look, we're gonna see a 5-star frog splash from you. I'm sorry, a 10-star frog splash from you. And you, when you feel froggy, you win those titles legit. I've seen it firsthand.
Yes, I do whatever it takes to win, which I think I relate to the $1 Million Man with that. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. You've been at my shows. You've seen.
I've seen, and always happy to support you, Vivacious Vicious Vicky. And we talk about having whatever it takes right now.
Yeah.
And in 2021 world, we're doing right now whatever it takes to connect the fans with some of their favorite 80s wrestling superstars here at 80wrestlingcon.com. And let's read off some of the names coming up. We talked about January 25th, Mike Rotunda coming up, Money Inc. We have February 15th, Ron Simmons. There's only one word that can really, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but there's one word that can sum that up. Yeah, that's the one.
Damn!
Yeah, of course, we have February 22nd, Powers of Pain.
Yes.
March 8th, Wendy Richter. March 22nd, Bob Orton. And the big one, Sunday, March 28th.
Come on, do it up.
Virtual Mania. The morning of WrestleMania. I can't wait for that one, featuring the likes of Haku, Jake, the Snake Roberts. We're going to express so many more. And April 26th, I believe, Stan Hansen as well.
It's got a big time for 80s Wrestling Con, guys. But I have to say, we're going to bring it back to one more fan because, again, we love our fans. So, Rob, bring it to the next one.
Check out this next clip from Emil from Worcester, Massachusetts.
Ted Dibiase, best wrestler of all time. To me, he was the greatest heel ever because he can play off with all the antics in matches and promos. You can't get any better. All the feuds he was in were great. They lasted a long time, told a story. Always made me laugh. I mean, he was one of the best in-ring workers of all time, in my opinion. Not technical, but just a stamina, how he goes 20, 25 minutes in matches. One of the best. Everything was flowing. What I like about him, he was billed from Hyannisport, Massachusetts, which is about an hour away from me. One of my favorite matches of all time was a 1989 Survivor Series with himself, Zeus, and the Powers of Pain against the Hulkamaniacs. I watched that match once a week just because I love the story. And my final moment that I liked about him, with the 30, when he bought the 30th spot in the Royal Rumble, and then the following year he ended up going in #1. But he lasted a very long time, almost 40 minutes. And that was my favorite Royal Rumble of all time. So shout out to Ted Dibiase, one of the best of all time.
Well, 80s wrestling fans, that wraps up our fan submissions. I gotta say, I felt a lot of love with these fans tonight. Rob, what do you think?
Love the 80s wrestling fans.
Yeah.
Love the 80s wrestling fans. Love right now. So excited for the signing, virtual signing coming up with the $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase. Can't wait for that. And you think about some of these rivalries, you know, Hulk Hogan.
Oof.
I mean, so many big ones coming up. And then we talk about the tag team. Of course, Money Inc. If you could tag with one of these 80s legends, would there be someone that's one of your favorites from back in the day?
They are by far the best. I mean, if you talk about tag team wrestling, watch any of those matches, your jaw's on the floor. I mean, it's just everything, the story, everything behind it. And this is exactly why I love the $1 Million Man as much as I do.
I love it. I could see you tagging with maybe with the $1 Million Man, maybe.
I think so. Might be onto something
Maybe
here.
with Jake, the snake, and the cheetah kind of thing going on there.
That could work. That could work.
Yeah.
I'm open to it. You know,
Okay.
I'm open to it.
Okay.
We'll talk to him later and see what he thinks, and we'll go from there.
Well, speaking of things being open, a big announcement here.
Yes.
Tonight, proud to announce this Friday, January 15th, we are open online for the WrestlingCollector.com. Big shout to our guy, Tommy Fierro. Congratulations.
Yes, Tommy Fierro is always working behind the scenes, guys and gals, and I can promise you this is just the beginning.
Absolutely. And again, thank you for making this happen. You know, 2021,
Yep.
you know, we're off hopefully to a very positive start. 2020 has been
please.
a crazy, crazy year, and we're so appreciative for any connection with the fans, with virtual signings right now. So, guys, get your orders in now at 80swrestlingcon.com.
And as I say, it's never, ever, ever too late. Rob, why don't you take us where we got to go next? Because I know 80s wrestling fans are going to die for this.
I love this. And guys, so excited right now to show you an exclusive outtake clip from the documentary 350 Days.
In the territorial days, you know, I can still remember one time, this is back in that battle with Junkyard Dog, and the match was over, and I was leaving the arena. I was being escorted to my car by a deputy sheriff, and as I went to get in the car, a guy tried to take a shot at me, and you know, I grabbed his hand and actually took him to the ground and got on top of him and popped him a couple times. Of course, you do that today, you'd be sued. And the officer said, "That's enough, Ted," you know, and so I leave, and 2 weeks later I come back, I'm wrestling JYD again, I'm standing in the ring, you know, waiting for his entrance, and I hear somebody behind me going, "Hey, DiBiase, yoo-hoo," and I turn around, and he's waving my watch at me, because when I hit him, my watch had popped off, and he was waving, and I actually just bit a hole in my lip. I wanted to laugh so hard. It just, you know, the things that you remember about life on the road, and the funny things that happen.
All right, guys, what a stellar clip from an epic documentary, 350 Days. Guys, check that one out. And right now, Vicky, you look around the room. I see $1 Million title belts. I see Pop Funkos.
Everywhere.
I even see a pair of wrestling boots.
I did. I saw that. It's insane, guys. It is insane. The amount of love that you are showing the $1 Million Man speaks volumes in this room tonight.
Absolutely. And guys, I got to tell you right now, I'm looking around the room. I see 8x10s everywhere.
Yeah.
There's a lot of opportunity here to connect with the $1 Million Man himself. Get an 8x10, get it signed right now. And I think we're going to hit capacity here, guys. So please get those orders in right now at 80swrestlingcon.com.
Yep. Never, ever, ever too late. You want to do it, guys. Please, this is a huge, huge opportunity for all of you 80s wrestling fans out there, and you will not be disappointed. So please, please get your orders in right now. Well, Mr. Williams, I want to thank you for being my co-host this evening, but we
worthy.
do have to turn it over to the man himself. So everybody, enjoy this virtual signing with the $1 Million Man. Out.
To another edition of the 80s Wrestling Con virtual signing series. I am joined by a man who needs no introduction to any wrestling fan anywhere in the world. A WWE Hall of Famer, former 3-time WWE World Tag Team Champion, and I happen to disagree with Mr. Jack Tunney. I think he should also be referred to as a former WWE World Champion, the head of the $1 Million Corporation, and the financial backer of the New World Order. Ladies and gentlemen, the $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase. Mr. Dibiase, thank you for being here.
Great to be here with you. I think we're going to have a absolutely priceless time, folks.
For those of you
Let's do it.
For those of you that are following along in the 80s Wrestling Con group, this is an open chat. However, this is not a shoot interview. This is an autograph signing. So Mr. Dibiase, about 2 years ago, was at the 80s Wrestling Con at I Play America in Freehold, New Jersey. So kind of look at it like that. You don't get to be here in person due to the trying times we're going through, but we have tons of merchandise from people sent in all over the world, great memorabilia. So if you have questions in the chat, feel free to ask them. Don't get upset if we don't get to everybody. We only have 3 hours, and we have a ton of stuff that's going to be signed tonight. How does this make you feel, seeing all this memorabilia from all over the place laid out, displayed?
Well, it's great. I mean, I've said it all my life. I've always thought that wrestling fans were the greatest fans of all because they're just so loyal. You know, once they're a fan for life. And, you know, I hear it. I run into people all the time. I get messages from people about, we always watched you when we were growing up. That's what I did with my grandfather. That's what I did with my dad. That's what my brothers and I did together. And I'm on Cameo because people send in requesting Cameo interviews from me, and a lot of times it's like, this is for my brother, this is for my dad, this is for my, we always watched wrestling together. So it was a family thing. So I love it. I mean, hey, who would we be without fans?
Absolutely, and I bet you've noticed too, since the WWE Network, aside from you, in the past going back on for Monday Night Raws and things, you probably have kids that are 12, 13 years old coming up, telling you stuff that they would never have known about if it wasn't for the network.
You're right. That's really amazing. I think it was like 2 years ago, and I went over to the UK, for a signing. Well, yeah, it would have to be 2 years ago. And I was going to be there for a week. We were doing one in somewhere in England, and the other one was in Glasgow,
Wow.
Scotland. But it was at the end of the week, so I was going to be there a whole week. So they taken me into their equivalent of a Walmart. And as I'm walking in, this kid walking out with his mother or grandmother, maybe 8 or 9 years old, maybe. And as he walked by, he says, "Grandma, that's the $1 Million Man." I went, "No way!" I turned around. I said, "You recognize me, son?" And he said, "Well, you're the $1 Million Man, aren't you?" I said, "I am, but how do you know me?" And you know what he said? He said, "Video games first, and the network."
Wow. Did you bring them over to Sporting Goods and make them dribble basketball? Or?
No.
Wishful thinking on my end. But like I said, guys, we're going to be here for the next 3 hours. Mr. Dibiase has a lot of merchandise to get to. Also, if you can, go to 80swrestlingcon.com and get those orders in if you'd like a personalized 8x10 because we are almost at capacity. We're not going to waste any time. We're going to get right down to it. This right here, a picture for Veronica in Houston, Texas. She wants silver signature. Everyone has a price, even you, Veronica.
All right, Veronica.
I got here a little early today, and I was looking at some of the amazing 8x10s that just span such a great career, and quite a variety of pictures. I'm sure it never gets old checking everything out. We're going to look at the chat, see what's going on in the comments. Kim Falzerano, thanks for all the memories, Ted. You're a true legend. Justin Smith, you are the best heel of all time. Who do you consider the best heel? I guess he doesn't want you to count yourself.
My dad.
There you go. There you go.
That's safe.
Matt Stevens, this is awesome. Thank you, Matt. We think
Okay,
you're awesome.
Veronica,
Keep
thank you
supporting
very
80s
much.
Wrestling Con. This one goes to Mike Colgrove from Auburn, New York. Red paint pen. I believe that's Would that be this, the red paint pen? I might need a little help deciphering the different Sharpies here as I
problem. That's the red
go
paint pen,
back
that's correct.
and forth.
So Mike,
You don't have to flip the bottoms over, we're all good on the top.
Okay. Still has the $1 Million Man Ted Dibiase wrestling buddy, Craig Weber. Yeah, actually on the 80s Wrestling Instagram page, I saw a picture that was posted of the old Wrestling Buddies. This one is for Joe Eisfelder in Elk River, Minnesota. Elk River, Minnesota. He wants silver.
I would sue silver. Hey Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Ivan Hidalgo, how do I purchase a photo? If you go to 80swrestlingcon.com right now, you could place that order. Please get them in as soon as possible, though, because if you could see this room right now, I feel like a kid all over again. I mean, we have the replica $1 Million Championship. We have the World Tag Team Championship, all these pictures. This one is to J.R. Sanchez in good old Houston, Texas. Black he was.
Right.
You got it there.
JR. No relation to my JR, right? Our JR.
Travis Babcock. I always loved you as a heel. You were such an awesome and believable heel, which was important, especially in the 80s and early 90s. Yes, those were the glory days where what you saw on TV was what you had. You didn't have a view with Instagram into people's lives, so if you hated the $1 Million Man Ted Dibiase, you hated the $1 Million Man Ted Dibiase.
And if you hated the $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase, thank you.
That's why we're here today. This one is to Lugardo. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but Lugardo from, is that Badwin or Baldwin? Baldwin Park, California. Lugardo.
How's that?
That's in silver.
Okay.
To,
Is that LU?
yeah, Lugardo, Lugardo. Silver.
Shy Evron.
Silver.
How do I get the fifth pick? How much is it? 80swrestlingcon.com. It's going to have a list of all the
Silver's-
upcoming
okay.
signings, as well as the prices for what you need to order tonight. Jackson Schill wants to know if you still talk to Virgil. I knew eventually we'd get that question. If you still talk to Virgil.
Occasionally. Occasionally, we don't communicate an awful lot, but every now and then, when we usually will run into each other at an event like this or a Comic-Con.
Mm-hmm. Great picture right here. Money Inc. 3-time World Tag Team Champions. This one is to Chase. Actually, we have Mike Rotunda coming up in just a few weeks. 80swrestlingcon.com. You can still send in your memorabilia from anywhere in the world for Mr. Rotunda to sign. But if you're watching live tonight and you want to know how you can participate in the virtual signing, 80swrestlingcon.com. Get those orders in. And speak of the devil, we have a picture with Virgil coming up.
All right, Chase, there you go, champ.
This one is for Michael Dvorak in Belpre, Ohio. And this is the man himself with Virgil. So there we go. Perfect.
Silver
timing.
for Michael. Michael, and where's Michael from?
I believe it's on the back. It was Ohio, Belpre, Ohio.
Okay. Go Bucks. Ohio State Bucks, right?
Yes.
Michael. Well, Michael, I'll tell you something. I have a pastor buddy who's my best friend. He was born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio, and he's a big Ohio State Buccaneer fan. And I am from Nebraska, so unless they're playing Nebraska, I back the Bucks.
There you go.
Okay, all right.
That's kind of like me as a New York Giants fan pulling for the Cleveland Browns in the playoffs just because why not, right? Great city.
Oh, I mean, I pulled for them just because it's been so stinking long since they've been there. Yeah.
This picture is to Dr. Patrick Oxos from North Arlington, New Jersey, not too far away.
Okay, Dr. Patrick, here we
Silver.
go. Silver. What did I do with it?
Oh,
Oh, snake it a bit me. Dr. Patrick.
before I ask
All right,
this
there you
next
go.
question. Here's a great picture right here of $1 Million Man Ted Dibiase with Andre the Giant. The Andre the Giant stories
Oh,
have
man.
become legendary over
It's
time.
in red to Mike.
Was there ever a time where, I know he traveled by himself, I know you had your own travel situation as the $1 Million Man, they wanted you to live the gimmick. Was there ever any traveling on the road with you, Andre, and Virgil?
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite stories is about a trip where we all of it, the whole crew, we went to Japan. It's a very long trip, and like 14 hours on a plane, and Andre was never comfortable. I mean, the man has said even sitting in first class, he's not really comfortable, and so he's always looking for comfort. And so we get there, we put our bags and we go out to eat. The idea is to stay awake the first night as long as you can, because if you don't, you're going to wake up early in the morning, 4 o'clock, and then you're going to be asleep at 2. And so get on the elevator, and the door opens, and there's Andre. Hey, boss, let's go eat. So we start down. The elevator stops on virtually every floor, and all these little Japanese people keep getting on. And 3 stops ago, you and I would have said, "This one's full. Get the next one."
Exactly.
Not in Japan. Andre gives me the little nudge, and I looked up at him, and he winked. The next thing you heard was the loudest, longest fart I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm biting a hole in my lip. I'm looking straight forward, and all I can picture is the poor little Japanese guy that's standing directly behind him. I could almost see his hair.
That's great.
But when the door opened, I don't know what they were saying, but I guarantee you they were cussing the big guy, and they couldn't get out of that elevator faster. And as the door shut, all you could hear was Andre going, "Oh, oh, oh, oh."
That is fantastic.
My favorite Andre story.
This one is for Mike, and this is the $1 million dream being applied on some unfortunate soul, but he probably got a $100 bill in his mouth after it was all said and done, so for his troubles. Yeah, I just, as a fan, I could only imagine being back in that time period before the internet and just walking into an Olive Garden and seeing, Ted DiBiase, Andre the Giant, and Virgil sitting at a table. And Virgil fighting Andre over the breadsticks and meat sauce. What a time.
It wouldn't have been much of a fight.
That's a good point. Well, although he did learn how to box, Virgil. So Anthony D. Simone.
Apples, oranges.
Pizza pies.
Anthony D. Simone from Bellport, New York. How you doing, Anthony? We're going to go right back to the comments. Matt Stevens, I'm watching WrestleMania 4 right now. How difficult was it to wrestle multiple matches that night? That is an interesting question because, I'm sure there were many times in your career where you went 45 minutes, 60 minutes, but to just have that constant going out there, 20-minute match, cool down, go back out there, have another one. Did that take some adjustment?
Oh, gosh. I mean, it's like when I think back about what I actually did in my career, the number of days that we worked, and sometimes, like you said, the number of matches, and like a TV days could be, you could have, we used to do like 3 shows because we would do them. They were taped, and then so you'd tape 3 weeks worth, and we do 3 shows on Monday and 3 shows on Tuesday. Now out of that, you're going to be on at least 2 of those shows each day, and it's just I don't know.
Oh, I don't know how you did it.
And I look back at it and go, how did I do that?
Eric Werner in Peabody, Massachusetts. Eric Werner.
Eric. All right, Eric.
For those of you that are watching in the chat, we have a lot of stuff to get to, so keep those questions coming. Don't get upset if we don't get to all of them. 80swrestlingcon.com. Also, if you ask a question that we've already covered, the video will be available on the 80s Wrestling Con website, so you can go back and watch this entire signing over again. This one is to Jason Burt in Milford, Michigan. He wants it signed in black to Burt. Everybody has a price. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of those everybody has a price
Burt.
signatures tonight.
Because it's true.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. August Shalcom. His laugh was one of the best when he was a heel. Kareem Samuels, you're the man, Ted. You're the man. Christopher Curtis, thanks for signing today. I used to sit down and watch you take a bump and nearly do a handstand. As a kid, I love to see it every time. Eric from Milford, Michigan. Eric.
All right, Eric, how you doing, buddy? I hope you're well. E-R-I-K. How many ways can you spell Eric?
2.
All right, there you go, man.
All right, this one is to Pinter.
He wants everybody as a price on here also.
Okay.
For those of you that are watching along, if you order the Money Inc. photo, which I actually have right here, Erwin R. Shyster, $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase, Mike Rotunda, IRS, will be here in a few weeks. So you can order the photo tonight. Ted will sign it tonight. We will hold on to it for Mr. Rotunda to sign at his upcoming signing. This one is to Pinter in Milford, Michigan. So once again, 80swrestlingcon.com for the upcoming signings. And there's so many off the top of my head. I don't have all of them, but we got Ron Simmons coming up. We have Wendy Richter, Stan Hansen, Cowboy Bob Orton. So many great 80s wrestling legends will be coming up in the next couple of weeks. But once again, if you want this Money Incorporated photo, you can order it tonight at 80swrestlingcon.com. Mr. DiBiase will sign it tonight. We'll give you a shout out. And then we're going to have IRS Mike Rotunda sign it in just a few weeks. This one is for Bryce Carino in Downey, California. Bryce Carino in Downey,
All right,
California.
Bryce. B-R-Y-C-E. All right, Bryce, thank you very much.
All right,
Bryce,
this
there you
one
go.
is to Tyler Arnold in Tamaqua, Pennsylvania.
Tawahwa?
Tamaqua? Yeah.
Tamaqua.
Coco Beware had a lot of fun with making fun of my
Tamaqua.
pronunciations. I haven't
Blue
traveled. as much
paint?
as you gentlemen.
Okay.
Janelle Anselmo wants to know if you have any Mr. Perfect ribs, any Mr. Perfect ribs that you witnessed or maybe were a victim of?
I have one.
Okay.
We were, I can't remember where we were, but after the show, we go back to the hotel and we drop our bags and we usually go to the lounge and have a couple of beers, to cool off. And so, he said, man, I've really been driving it hard, and pounding the coffee and everything. He says, do you, because of the international travel and everything, not everybody, but most guys would carry, we'd have some kind of a sleeping pill to help us. So, I mean, kind of like if you go to England and the time difference and all that stuff. And he says, do you have anything that'll help me sleep tonight? And I said, sure. So I said, I'll just bring them with me. And so I came downstairs and he said, I'll get a couple of beers. And I just threw him my bottle. I said, take what you need. And I'm going to go to the can. And so I went back, and I come back, and I drank my beer. And about 30 minutes later, I looked at him. I said, you didn't, did you? He started laughing. He says, are you feeling a little sleepy? He got me good.
Different time.
Yeah.
Nowadays, that would be probably a fireable offense, if not a criminal one. But you guys had a lot of your moments that you got to enjoy back in those days. Great stories. This one is Stu and Kirsty.
Tyler.
Stu and Kirsty in the United Kingdom. Stu and Kirsty.
Stu and Kirsty.
And of course, when you think of United Kingdom, you think of SummerSlam 1992, Money Inc. defending
The
tag team
largest
titles.
crowd that I ever wrestled in front of was
Wembley Stadium.
Wembley Stadium.
Wow. I believe that was the opening match too, right? So that you had that first. That was when Legion of Doom came out on the motorcycles, and you guys came out. That had to be something to really take in.
Yeah, and 80,000 people is a lot of people. And I mean, it was like, I think they beat that. What was it, WrestleMania 3 that was 93,000?
Yeah.
The Pontiac Silverdome.
Another one in the UK, picture of Mr. DiBiase and Andre the Giant. This is for Ed and Jesper in the United Kingdom. Ed and Jesper.
Ed and Jesper.
Now don't forget, guys, right now we have the photos, but we have a ton
Jesper.
of other memorabilia. We got World Tag Team title replica belts. We got the $1 Million Championship replica belts, which we'll be talking about later on. We also have a ton of various action figures ranging from LJN, Hasbro's, to the current Jakks and Mattel, the Funko Pops.
All
We
right,
got a
that one's
ton
for
of
you
stuff.
there, Ed.
But this one is for Raymond Marcil in Chicopee, Massachusetts.
All right, Raymond, how you doing, buddy?
Once again, guys, keep active in that chat. We're going to get to as many questions as we possibly can over the next 3-hour period, but 80swrestlingcon.com if you want to get those last-minute orders in. If we reach capacity, I will let you guys know, but as of right now, you could still place those orders.
There we go. There you go, Raymond.
There you go,
Thanks,
Raymond.
buddy.
All right, this one is to Patrick Mayberry in Westlake, Ohio. Blue paint pen, keeping it going.
To Patrick. All right, Patrick.
Eric Stryker just ordered. This is awesome. Thank you. 80swrestlingcon.com for everybody else who wants to order. Alan, he just told a very funny Mr. Perfect story. You can check out the website, 80swrestlingcon.com.
There you go,
the next couple
Patrick.
days. Go back and watch. It's actually a great story. So Dennis Myers from Hagerstown, Maryland. Everybody's got a price.
All right. Denny. You know what? I'm going to... Denny.
Cesar Alejandro, regards from Ecuador. The $1 Million Man is my favorite wrestler.
Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. I get that a lot. They go, Mr. DiBiase, don't be offended.
There you go, Denny. This one's for you.
When I was a kid, I hated your guts. I go, thank you very much. That was the whole point.
Matt Jezurison, and I'm sorry, Matt, because I think I butchered your name with Coco Beware 2 weeks ago, and I just did it again. But I believe it's Matt Jezurison from Princeton, Illinois.
It's in black.
Keep reminding me.
I will. You're very
Chente
part of it tonight.
Andy Garcia. Chente Andy Garcia.
No, you got
I'm
it.
excited for my Money Inc. That's right, 80swrestlingcon.com. You can get the Money Inc. photos signed by Mr. DiBiase tonight, and again, in just a few weeks, with Mr. Mike Rotunda.
And if you could hold it up and shout out to Matt.
Matt, there you go, buddy.
Perfect.
All right.
This is for Chris Corbin in Eureka Springs, Arkansas.
That's in red.
Red.
And if you guys do have comments, aside from
Chris.
questions, I will read the comments out loud, but we are going to just keep moving along here. We have a lot of stuff to get to. Travis J. Miller, you spoke at my cousin's church in Sussex, New Brunswick. Pastor Troy Campbell.
Wow.
You were one of our favorite wrestlers growing up, so proud
Chris, there
of
you
your
go.
ministry. All right, this one is for Michael Thorne in Harleysville, Pennsylvania. Michael Thorne in Harleysville, Pennsylvania.
Silver, just a
Signature.
signature.
Okay, I'm going to still go back to this.
J.R. Sanchez, I loved watching you at the Sam Houston Coliseum with Mr. Paul Bosch. Always
Wow.
wrestling the One Man Gang and General Skandar Avatar.
Wow. Who was that? Thorne? Or is that Michael?
This is to Michael in
Michael Thorne.
Harleysville, Pennsylvania.
Okay, Michael. Thank you. Somebody talking about Paul Bosch and the Sam Houston Coliseum. Oh my gosh, now we're going back pre-$1 Million Man.
Yes, that's
Oh yeah,
very old
That's
school.
Mid-South. Oh my gosh, yeah. You know you're getting old when all the buildings that you used to wrestle in are no longer there, and that's one of them.
This one is from It's from Ted Dibiase. It's to Matt Compitello in Plainview, New York.
All right.
To Matt Comp, C-O-M-P.
Hey. Well, you asked for it, Matt. All right, there you go.
All right, could you put Comp there? C-O-M-P, his last name?
Well, I will, but I don't like putting last
Okay.
names because it's not very personal then.
There you go. Angie from Piscataway, nearby. Angie from Piscataway, New Jersey.
Okay. Silver, Angie. All right, Angie. Where was she from?
Piscataway, New Jersey.
Okay. Say that again.
Piscataway, New Jersey.
Piscataway.
Piscataway,
New Jersey.
Piscataway. There we go, phonetically.
you go, sweetie.
Daniel Duty in Waxhaw, North Carolina. Daniel Duty, Waxhaw, North Carolina.
All right, Big Dan, this
Pete
one's
Martin,
for you.
you skipped my questions. We did not skip any questions. We are very busy here tonight, guys. So keep those comments coming. While Mr. DiBiase is signing, we want to make sure that everybody's signings are accurate. So if you have statements, I'll read them aloud. And when we have some time in between, we'll get a couple questions in. This one is for Jackson Schill in Gilroy, California. Speaking of Schill, 80swrestlingcon.com for all the upcoming signings.
Shills.
Upcoming signings
Red.
at 80swrestlingcon.com.
All right, to the Shills family, here you go.
Perfect.
All right, good deal.
All right. Brian Lanzeri in Andover, Connecticut. Brian Lanzeri in Andover,
All right,
Connecticut.
Brian. Brian with an I. Hey, Brian. There you go, Brian.
Interesting question. Lowell Reed wants to know, during your WWF prime, who was the leader or leaders in the locker room? We hear a lot of guys talk about from the 90s how The Undertaker was the leader of the locker room. That late 80s prime period before Undertaker got there, was there a specific guy who kind of ran the show?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
You know, we had a pretty tight crew. We, I mean, Hulkster was always there, but I couldn't say.
Yeah.
You know,
Times have changed.
it's nothing I ever thought about.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, there's an answer to your question. Adam Callahan in Fostoria, Michigan. Adam Callahan, Fostoria, Michigan. Dave Watson, you were a hell of a heel. Yeah, arguably, I would say on many people's top 5, especially from that time frame. And let's not forget that went from his wrestling career to managing the $1 Million Corporation, and which I'm sure we'll get to later because I definitely want to talk some NWO stuff. Corey Walker wants to know if you have any memories of your Tokyo Dome match with the Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah, I'm just glad it was over.
I was waiting for that.
Well, it was what it was, and it was like, I think that the disturbing thing for Vince was, Vince didn't realize, I mean, I went over there as the $1 Million Man, so for our fans, I'm a heel. But in Japan, everybody knew me because when I left Japan, I had been Stan Hansen's tag team partner.
Okay.
So I had a lot of Japanese fans who liked me. So Vince wasn't very thrilled when half the crowd's cheering for me and not the Warrior.
Especially with his entrance and the shaking of the ropes and everything like that.
So,
and don't forget, we have Stan Hansen coming up. I believe it's at the end of April, 80swrestlingcon.com. So check that out. Eric Eastman in Mission Viejo, California. But it's to Brian, so it's a gift, I believe.
Silver.
To
Okay,
Brian.
all right. All right, Brian. Okay. Somebody put that one on there pretty stiff. Hey, Brian. So this is a gift?
I believe so. The gentleman, his name is on the back, who gifted it. It's Eric. Guys, also, I'm taking mental notes of some of your questions, so if we don't get to them right now, you can keep writing them every once in a while. We apologize. We are very busy. We have a lot of memorabilia to get through, so we're going to try to get to as many questions as we can throughout the night. We're only here till 10 o'clock, and we have a lot of stuff to get through. This one is Corey Walker, Spring Hill, Tennessee, and it's going to be made out to the Walker Museum. The Walker Museum. You're going to be in a museum.
Blue paint.
To the Walker Museum. Okay.
Chad Matthews, when do you do mail-ins? We're going to get to them right now. We're getting through the pictures, then we're going to get to all the action figures, the belts, everything else that was sent in. We will get to everybody. We promise you. 80swrestlingcon.com if you still want to get those 8x10 orders in. Keith Horner, the greatest heel in the history of the business, in my opinion. Well, Keith, I think a lot of people would share that opinion with you. Rich Rivera. He wants to know, who do you think is the next big thing? Are you currently watching? Who's going to be the next big star that breaks out within the next 5-year period? Very specific to this question.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. I can't really tell you because my life is so busy. I don't know how many of our fans know that I'm a minister now. And so my life is so much taken up with that I have very little time to watch wrestling. You know, so I mean, and just because I guess because of a friendship like with Mike Rotunda, I've tuned in now and then, and I've always, one of my favorite characters in the last several years has been Bray Wyatt.
Oh, absolutely.
Because he presents it so very believable.
Yes.
You know, and that's just a pet peeve with me. It's something that I think is kind of missing. I mean, the fans understood, you know, when Vince went and took wrestling and made it family entertainment, but we still tried to present the matches as believably as possible.
Absolutely.
So,
which is why you were spending the money in the restaurants, and they wanted people to believe you were the $1 million man. Were there ever any guys that you felt like, I know some guys were upset and maybe jealous over the fact that you were getting that little perk, but were there ever any guys that were like, you know what? If I'm smart, I should go out to dinner with Mr. Dibiase today because he's got it covered. Did you ever pick up? You don't have to name names, but did you ever pick up on that?
Oh, well, I used to tease Rick. I said, Rick, Flair. Flair's notorious, you know, was a notorious partier, and I partied with him a lot. I said, the difference between you and me, Rick, is you're spending your money, I'm spending Vince's.
That one's going out to Matthew Stevens.
Silver. Okay.
Matthew Stevens.
No, that one doesn't want to open.
Once again, guys, 80swrestlingcon.com. See the list of all the upcoming signings that's coming up. I'm enjoying myself doing these because it's just such a trip down memory lane. I remember I was talking with Coco Beware a few weeks back, and I had said how all these action figures, I played with them, I would break them, so to see them, that people actually took care of their stuff is really quite cool. This one's for Rob and Jen in Riverbank, California. Rob and Jen.
Red paint.
Rob and Jen.
Oh, this is
No,
pretty
this
cool.
is just, they just want a signature, it says.
This is just a signature.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody.
Jennifer Weddle? Jennifer Weddle, saw you at the Oakland Coliseum in California. You wrestled 3 times. That night, I ended up in the October 1989 magazine, I'm assuming she means WWF magazine, in the crowd with Andre and Warrior. And don't forget, guys, you could send those magazines in, too, on 80swrestlingcon.com. Send those magazines in.
There we go.
Could you put WWF Money Incorporated? It says WWE Money
Oh,
Incorporated.
boy. Okay, got it.
All right.
All right, this one is for Breed, B-R-E-D-E. Breed from, I'm probably messing that up. It's from Norway. Breed from Norway. How you doing, Breed? I apologize.
Breed, B-R-E-D-E. Hey, Breed. How are you, my friend? Breed, there you go, pal.
All right, this one is to Amanda and Andrew, and they're from Columbus, Ohio.
There's some Buckeyes, I bet you. Amanda and Andrew.
Blue paint.
Ooh, thank you.
Just caught that.
Thank God for you, because
Yeah,
it's hard
yeah,
to keep track.
yeah.
Taking Greg's job tonight.
Jay Smith says, best heel in the business. That sentiment has been echoed a lot throughout the chat. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of that. He is, without a doubt, in my opinion at least, one of the top 5 heels that I've seen. What's my opinion matter? Your opinion's what matters. Drop them in the chat. We're going to try to get to as many people as we can. We have a lot of merchandise, a lot of memorabilia to get through tonight. 80swrestlingcon.com for all the upcoming signings, and also if you want to get those last-minute orders in for some Ted Dibiase 8x10s. Dustin Chukarushu, Ciukurescu, I tried, wants to know, what is your favorite city to perform in front of? Do you have one?
I really don't. I mean, there's, after a while, they all get to be the same.
Yeah.
Now, New York, number one, because usually it was Madison Square Garden, which to say you work the Garden is an honor, and just for the fact that the selection of food
Without a doubt.
in Manhattan is just incredible. So.
Now, was that something, even pre-WrestleMania, when you were working in Mid-South and stuff like that, was that still a dream of every wrestler in the territories? Like, I want to work the Garden, even before the WrestleMania heyday and all that?
I would say so.
Yeah. I was curious about that. This one is for Phil Barbanti in Saugus, Massachusetts. Phil Barbanti.
Silver. Do this one. To Phil.
For Ryan Barton, I saw you ask, or maybe not you, but the question has come up. This belt is actually not for sale. This is being saved for the end. This was from a fan. But I believe you could purchase the replica $1 Million Championships at the WWE shop website.
There you go,
Don't
Phil.
quote me on that. At least you used to be able to.
This is a super fan.
Okay.
He bought every single picture today.
Oh, wow. All right, so this is Jeffrey Murray. He's a $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase, or Trillionaire Ted, super fan. He bought every single picture.
Just put a signature on each.
So, I mean, there you go. That's
Oh my
impressive.
gosh.
That is really
I'm
impressive.
going to be here a while.
So just a signature on everything, not his name. Just a
And
signature.
in silver.
This is the
Okay.
guy that if we were here
fixed
at
that
I
one for
Play
you.
America and Freehold, people would be like, oh, come on.
Come on. That's not a thing.
Wait a minute, I bought all these pictures. I get one question per picture. But we appreciate you guys joining us right now.
Jeffrey, this is awesome, man. Thanks for being such a big fan.
We appreciate you joining us on Facebook. We know that this is different. We're all adapting, pivoting, as they say. Hopefully, we'll be back in person very soon with 80s Wrestling Con because it was great. I mean, I remember 2 years ago, you had a table right next to Sergeant Slaughter, and I believe Bob Backlund and Demolition were over in that corner as well, and it was just great to see all the vendors, all the fans, the young kids being wide-eyed, excited, seeing their fathers be wide-eyed and excited. We do miss that. Right now, this is the best we can do, and we're making the most of it. We're having fun. So 8 o'clock, if you're still watching Monday Night Raw, you can throw that on the TV, have us on your phones, your tablets. We're going to have some fun, and we have a bunch more of these coming up over at 80swrestlingcon.com, so check it out. David Geyer, is Ted Jr. still in the wrestling business? I saw something fascinating about him on the WWE Network, I believe, or maybe it was on the website a while back. So I don't know if Ted Jr. is still in the business or not, but I believe he was doing something with a summer camp, or was it the ministry?
Yeah, he was doing some stuff with our ministry and real good work. You know, we tried to target like disadvantaged and underprivileged kids in our state to help them understand that they are cared for, they're loved, and help them to develop some sense of self-worth.
That's awesome. Yeah, I remember, I believe it was on the WWE website or the network, one of the two, and it was a great documentary with him getting involved with the kids. And how cool is that for them, especially if they wound up being wrestling fans before that they're getting to work so closely with someone they saw on TV. That's really nice.
All right.
Bryant Newell with a statement. I am a minister in Tennessee. I think
Just
that is
signature,
one of
that's
the
the same
reasons.
thing. It belongs to that whole set. Just
Okay.
Sorry about that, Bryant. I am a minister in Tennessee. I think that is one reason that my love for you has grown. Love the biography and the price of fame. All right, this one is for Grant Robeson in Eureka, Missouri. Eureka, Missouri.
Well, Grant, thank you so
Just the
very, very
signature.
much. I appreciate that. And yes, there's nothing more important in my life than my relationship with Jesus Christ and letting as many people as I can know about it.
Gino Gotts, great to see you looking so well. God bless Paisan. Jason Johns, so happy you have dedicated your life to Christ and sharing his word. The documentary was awesome. Would love to have a Funko signed by you, sir. 80swrestlingcon.com. Here we have Jan and Sabine from Germany.
Wow.
That is amazing.
Wow.
That's always what blows my mind, the European fans coming in hard.
Wow. Jan and Sabine,
B-I-N-E.
S-A-B-I-N-E. Jan and Sabine, thank you so very much. Here it is.
All right, here is from Marshall Hodge in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Marshall Hodge from Murfreesboro,
Marshall. Hey, Marshall.
Tennessee.
There you go, champ.
We were just talking about Europe a little while ago. Patty from Scotland. Patty.
I'm going to tell you what, Scotland is one of the most beautiful countries I've ever been in. There's a independent wrestling organization over there that I've gone over there for on several occasions, and they've become very good friends of mine. And I just love Scotland. So, Patty, I love your country.
There you go, Patty.
All right, there you go, Patty.
All right, Jeffrey Holmes, Turners Falls, Massachusetts. Jeffrey Holmes.
All right, Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Guys, you can keep those comments going in the chat, but we're trying to keep it moving as much as we possibly can here. We want to get everybody's signings in, 80swrestlingcon.com. This is for Tim, old school Tim. He's from the old school 80s on Twitter. I'm sure you're available on social media. I know I follow you on Instagram. I don't know if you're on Twitter, though.
Old school.
Tim.
There you go.
This is for Colton Gryba in Chesterland, Ohio. Colton Gryba, Chesterland, Ohio.
Colton.
When you used to stuff the $100 bills in those guys' mouths, was that part of their pay for the evening, or was that like an extra tip that came out of the petty cash fund?
No. I would stuff and as soon as we got backstage, I said, Virgil, go get the cash.
And then would Virgil keep it, or did he give it back to you? No,
Oh,
just
no.
kidding. Just kidding. We love you, Virgil. Yeah, I always wanted to know if that was like an extra little tip that the guys got.
Now,
Can you imagine they'd all be lined up? I want to work $1 Million Man tonight. Get an extra hundo out of the deal.
now I did a deal with Roddy Piper where I would offer him the money and say, hey Piper, I said, I don't want to break a sweat tonight, and you don't want to get embarrassed by me in front of all these people. So here's $300. Why don't you take this, go have a nice meal and a glass of wine and call it a night. And so he looks at he takes the money, he looks at the money, and I just turn away. Right? I got him. I turn back and he hits me. Well, I just boom, the money goes flying, and he grabs the money, and he runs out and he runs around ringside and gives everybody
wild.
a $20 bill.
That's wild.
Well, so one night, my wife and my sister are in the crowd, and they had never, nobody in my family ever sat at ringside. And they put my wife and my sister on the second row of ringside, and I couldn't believe it. And I said, Hot Rod, I said, tonight, you see those two right there? There's where you give them the money, and we'll all go out and have a good time.
Always the worker, this guy. I like it.
Everybody's got a price for the $1 Million Man, even the $1 Million Man.
Well, good. I'm glad you did that because 15 people were asking for that in the comments. So, Eric Winderman, Conshohocken, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Eric.
Good luck getting me to say that. Hey, Eric. All right.
All right, this is to Andy from Lancaster, California. How you doing, Andy? Andy from Lancaster,
All right.
California.
Hey, Andy. All right. There you go, Andy.
Mark Hutchinson, UK. Finally, a name I can pronounce. Mark Hutchinson, United Kingdom.
All right, Mark.
Mike Silk, one of the greatest of all time. It was an honor when I met you.
Mark, there you go, pal.
All right. Good old Bronx, New York, not too far away. Anna Mercedes. Anna Mercedes from Bronx, New York.
Anna.
For all the people following in the chat, it is moving fast. Tommy, who put this together from 80s Wrestling. Hey guys, this is Tommy. This is my 3 seconds tonight. I will look at the chat. We're super swamped over here. Just wanted to say thank you for all of your support. I love and appreciate all of you guys. Enjoy the show. That is it. Look, we're so grateful that it's this swamped. But keep those comments coming. We're going to just look every once in a while, try to get to as many comments and questions as we can. But right now, it's all about the memorabilia. This one is to Holden and Layla in Scarborough, Maine. Holden and Layla in Scarborough.
Red paint.
Red paint. To Holden and what is that?
Layla. L-A-Y-L-A.
Okay.
Yeah.
'80swrestlingcon.com for all the upcoming signings. There's so many great ones coming up. We have Ron Simmons. We have Mike Rotunda. Don't forget, you can order that Money Inc. photo tonight. Mr. DiBiase will sign it, give you a shout out. A couple weeks, Mike Rotunda will sign it, then we'll ship it back out to you.
Ready? There we go.
This one is from John Hanshiko in Coon Rapids, Minnesota, but it's being signed to House, or Haus, H-A-U-S. Supposedly, the man that doesn't have a price. So I don't know if you're going to be able to write that, because it's kind of going against brand here. I thought everybody had a price, but there you go.
I cannot write something that is not true. Okay, I will. Hey, it's your picture. Bring him around and I'll prove to him he has a price.
There you go.
H-A-U-S. House. There you go, pal.
All right, this is PJ Eberhart Middleburg. Oh, his name is PJ Eberhart, and he's from Middleburg, Pennsylvania. So PJ Eberhart, Middleburg, Pennsylvania. How you doing?
It's in red paint.
Red paint. Okay.
We're going through these pictures like hotcakes. 80swrestlingcon.com. We're going to get to the mail-in memorabilia as soon as we finish these pictures, but get those orders in. This is your last chance, I believe, for 80swrestlingcon.com to get those pictures in for Mr. DiBiase tonight. The Money Inc. photos he will sign tonight. Mike Rotunda will sign in just a few weeks, then we'll ship them back out to you. But I can't wait till we get to some of these Funko Pops and the LJN
All right,
figures.
there
and
we
whatnot.
go to PJ.
Great question from Mike Moraldo. Who was more over, JYD in Mid-South or Hogan in WWF?
I say it's a toss-up.
Really?
I mean, JYD in Mid-South was like now there's a saying that down in New Orleans was like one of the biggest towns that we worked in the whole territory. And there's a chant down there, and a lot of people thought that this started with the New Orleans Saints football team, but it didn't. And it's like when the fans would, when I'd be working on JYD and getting the heat and everything, they'd start chanting, "Who dat?
Wow.
Who dat? Who dat say they're gonna beat that dog? Who dat? who that say they're going to beat that dog. Well, and everybody, that's where it started with Junkyard Dog.
Wow.
Junkyard Dog was, I'm telling you, Junkyard Dog was more popular in New Orleans than I think than the Saints.
That's unbelievable. I was not aware of that. You learn something new every day. This is from Andrew from right here in Wayne, New Jersey. He might be outside the window. We could just hand it to him. There you go. Andrew.
Red paint.
But I mean, putting both those things in perspective in terms of an overall who was over. I mean, I don't think anybody, was during that era would be bigger than Hogan.
Yeah, that's amazing to think about. I'd gotten to meet JYD once or twice as a kid, and what a character. But I was not aware of that who dat. That's very interesting stuff. Maybe that'll be an upcoming documentary on the network. They've got so many amazing documentaries coming out now. It's like I'm watching ESPN 30 for 30.
All right, Andrew. There you go, pal. We got it.
This is for Derek Rogers in Des Moines, Iowa. How you doing, Derek? Derek Rogers in Des Moines, Iowa.
Hi, Derek.
Matt Daly says you should have won the title. I agree. That's why I count him as the champion. I mean, that WWF rulebook under Jack Tunney's administration was very shoddy, in my opinion. One day this would be a rule, the next day it wouldn't. So I think the argument could be made
funny money.
that he is a world champion.
And Derek, there you go, pal.
Jack Spence in Jacksonville, Florida, home of AEW, All Elite Wrestling.
Red Jack. Let me go get a new one here.
Anthony D. Simone, so glad this show exists. It exists because of you guys. 80s Wrestling on Instagram, 80swrestlingcon.com. Keep those orders in. Keep them coming. We're going to be here till 10 o'clock tonight. We've got a bunch of amazing signings coming up. Don't forget the pre-show starts
Jack.
at 6:30.
There you go, pal.
And we go live at 7. This one is for Joseph Gardella in Bronx, New York. How you doing, Joseph?
All right, Joseph. How are things in the Bronx? There you go, pal. Gotcha.
All right, this one is for Patrick, Lexi, and Raylan in Stanley, North Carolina. Patrick, Lexi, and Raylan in Stanley, North Carolina.
Silver.
Patrick. Lexi.
And Raylan. R-A-Y-L-A-N.
Once again, guys, 80swrestlingcon.com. We're keeping up with the chat. If you have some comments, we'll read them out loud. Questions, keep them coming in. We'll get to some of the more pertinent ones that we have not covered already.
All right. Patrick, Lexi, and Raylan, there you go.
Brandon Sims in Huntersville, North Carolina. But like I was saying, guys, we're going to get to the questions as many as we can. We're only here till 10 o'clock. We're not ignoring anybody. You may ask a question that has already been answered, and you can go on 80swrestlingcon.com and watch this entire 3-hour signing.
There you go, Brandon.
This one is Fabio Ragona from Italy. Fabio Ragona.
Fabio.
Nice picture of
Bazan.
Mr. DiBiase and Andre the Giant.
It's a Sicilian name you got, DiBiase, right? Dibiase.
Yeah.
Jimmy J.O. Yoder. You have to go to 80swrestlingcon.com. All of the pricing information is available there.
All right, Fabio. There you go, my friend.
And this one is to Andy and Ochi, or OC, OCI. Would that be Ochi? No, because there'd be an H. Andy and OC from Germany. Andy and OC.
Okay.
Black.
Eric Stryker's asking for the favorite Mr. Perfect story. We covered that. It's a great story.
Yeah,
it's probably within the first 10 minutes of this show. So if you want to hear a very funny Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig story, a rib that was pulled on Mr. DiBiase, make sure you go to 80swrestlingcon.com. and watch this production tomorrow and over the next couple days.
All right, there you go.
All right, this one, John Dixon in Georgetown, Texas. Big John Golly, happy 46th birthday. Happy birthday, John. Happy birthday.
Silver.
Big John. Big John.
While Mr. DiBiase's signing that, I just want to go over a couple of the upcoming appearances we have. January 25th, we have IRS, Mike Rotunda. February 15th, Ron Simmons. February 22nd, the Warlord and Barbarian, The Powers of Pain. Looking forward to that one as well. March 8th, Wendy Richter. March 22nd, Bob Orton and Craig DeGeorge together. Craig DeGeorge, the original Sean Mooney, before there was Sean Mooney. So I'm looking forward to that one because I believe this is his first appearance ever. Am I right? First appearance ever at a convention. Hopefully when everything goes back to normal, we can have him in person. And then, of course, March 28th is Virtual Mania, which is Jake the Snake Roberts, Haku, Skinner, the Orient Express. And then on April 26th, we got Stan Hansen. I'm Ryan Marr. I'm your host. I'm going to be here for all of those events, so make sure you get those orders in, 80swrestlingcon.com. Also, check out the wrestlingcollector.com.
All right, Big John. There you go, champ.
Wrestlingcollector.com, new online store, opens this Friday, January 15th at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, so check that out. This one is to Jesse Rocha in Canada. Jesse
All
Rocha
right, Jesse.
in Canada.
If it's cold down here, I know it's cold in...
Oh, no doubt.
It very rarely snows in Mississippi. And man, it snowed in Mississippi today.
Yeah, you were telling us before we went on the air that it was a little interesting this morning.
I was driving my big truck very cautiously to the airport.
That's what you got to do. A lot of people here think that four-wheel drive means they can do 90 miles an hour. So.
There you go, Jesse.
This is from Jason Hamilton in Runnymede, New Jersey. Jason Hamilton in Runnymede, New Jersey.
All right.
Just signature.
Just. Signature. Okay, just signature.
And everybody's got a price.
Yeah, gotcha. All right. There you go, Jason.
Corey Walker in Spring Hill, Tennessee. This is to the Walker Family Museum. You will be bought. Now that's more like everybody has a price, so you will be
Yeah,
bought.
I like the attitude.
I always found it interesting that for the longest time, you were one of the few guys that didn't have entrance music, and then when you finally had it, it's probably in the top 5 of most recognizable entrance themes of all time.
The best.
I mean, you know, you got to include, I think, Piper's Bagpipes, Real American with Hogan, Honky Tonk Man, Sexy Boy with Shawn Michaels, and
Ted's song really got over out.
it did, but you know, for the longest time, he didn't have entrance music. So to have that happen, that was.
And you know who wrote that?
Was it Jimmy Hart?
Yep.
Yep, I figured.
Jimmy wrote a lot of those.
Yeah,
And the early ones, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he wrote the one. Originally, I think it was on a tag team, and then they gave it to Hogan.
Okay, the Real American. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
on Mike Rotunda and Barry Windham, the Rick Derringer
Yeah.
song, Real American, right? That's the amazing thing about the wrestling business, especially during that time period. So many super talented
Corey,
guys that you would
you
never
will be
know
bought.
had these other talents. Bobby D'Souza in Fall River, Massachusetts. Bobby D'Souza.
Just the signature.
We're burning through these pictures, guys. 80swrestlingcon.com before we get to those mail-in orders.
All right, Bobby, there's your go.
This is Tim Cronin in.
It's not the same. We need Greg Carter here.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Great.
Tim Cronin in Raynham, Massachusetts. Tim Cronin.
I love Greg, but sometimes I want to just go.
That's why it's
Matt Stevens wants to know, did the $1 million belt really get stolen one night? I don't think I've ever heard that.
Well, we thought it got stolen. I think we were in Boston, and me and Brother Love.
Okay.
We went out to eat after the show and put the bags in the back of the car, and somebody had broken in, or the window at least, and his car was busted, and I think his bag was gone, and I thought the briefcase was gone. I thought for sure I had it. We called Vince and woke him up at I don't know what time.
Oh boy.
He said, "Don't worry about it. It's insured. We'll make another one." And Virgil had it. Virgil had it. Tim, there you go, buddy.
But you guys did the right thing. You brought it back, right? Because you could have just kept it.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Phil Barbanti and Saugus.
True story. In 1988, when they made the belt, they estimated its value at $40,000. I had to take when we were traveling internationally. I had to have a declaration page for the customs. And so, but they said today is like all the stones in the face of the belt, the little bitty ones, they're cubic zirconium. I said, "What is that?" My wife said, "It's almost a diamond." I said, "What does almost a diamond mean?" Anyway, $50 a piece times 700, that's 35 grand.
Yeah.
But they said in today's market, that belt would probably be worth about 200,000.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
I remember there was a documentary on the network. They went to the shop in Greenwich, Connecticut, where you had done the vignette.
Betteridge Jewelers.
Yes.
Yes.
Fascinating stuff. Phil Barbanti in Saugus, Massachusetts. Phil Barbanti.
All right, Phil.
80swrestlingcon.com, guys. Get those last-minute orders in. Also, the wrestlingcollector.com. It's the new online store. Our new online store, which is opening this Friday, January 15th at 9 a.m. Eastern. Eastern.
There you go.
All right, Phil.
I
There
can't
you go,
wait to
champ.
see some of the stuff that's going to be for sale there. If it's anything like this memorabilia that we have tonight. Chris Burson in Linden, Texas. Chris Burson in Linden,
Chris.
Texas.
Chris. Hey, Chris. There you go, Chris.
All right, this one is to E Double, Mr. Money of Upstate, and he's from Fairport, New York. Jeremy Vitale. Jeremy Vitale, Fairport, New York.
To E double. E double. Mr. Money of Upstate, whatever that means. God bless you.
Emil Menard, these are never a disappointment. I'm always hooked to these. Thank you for giving us a great thing during this horrible time.
Jeremy, there you go.
Well, Emil, it was easy for me. I only had to drive an hour, but Mr. DiBiase came to us tonight from Mississippi, so I'm sure he appreciates it. We all appreciate 80swrestlingcon.com. Get those orders in. This one's for Jan from France. Hopefully we'll be back in person soon.
All right, Jan.
Jennifer Weddle asked, the money that you sometimes threw to fans, is it real? Yeah, he spoke about that before. Actually told a very funny story about working with the late, great Roddy Piper. So go to 80swrestlingcon.com for that story. Also a very funny Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig story. So this will be available on the website for you to enjoy at any moment. We apologize if there's a little bit of dead air every once in a while. We're trying to get through as many of this memorabilia, these photos, as possible.
All right, Jan. There you go, all the way from France. Vive la France.
There you go. Big Al Zauka. Big Al Zauka. Lake in the Hills, Illinois. Big Al Zauka.
Big Al.
It's actually Zaha.
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 Yep.
There you go. Zaha. Ramon Miranda just got on from work. Hey,
Do we
Ted.
want all of that on there? Or just
Just
Big
to
Al.
Big Al
Yeah.
Zooch. Zaha.
Don't forget, guys, if you're watching Monday Night Raw, you can also have us on your tablets, on your phones. hang out with us. 80s Wrestling on Instagram, at 80s Wrestling. You can follow me at Ryan Marr Comedy, RyanMaher Comedy. Also, 80swrestlingcon.com for all the upcoming signings and events, as well as the new Wrestling Collector store that opens on Friday. We're going to be bringing you a bunch of these. Don't forget about the big Virtual Mania event on WrestleMania Sunday. That's going to be a lot of fun.
All right.
All right. Chris Zauha,
Zaha.
also in Lake in the Hills, Illinois.
All right, Chris. We about got you covered here, buddy. And there it is.
And we could tell you're a pro that you've done this before. You bang them out quick. I'll give you that. Corey Hetrick from Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Corey Hetrick.
Lebanon, Pennsylvania. All right, Corey.
Jason Hatfield, thank you for so many memorable moments, Ted.
Thank you. Thank you for sticking with us. Staying a fan.
There you
Corey,
go.
there you go.
Derek Tinsley from Franklin, Ohio. Derek Tinsley.
Hey, Derek. Derek, there it is, buddy.
Ramon Miranda wants to know if you ever wrestled in Puerto Rico.
You know what? I never have wrestled in Puerto Rico.
Wow, okay.
I've gone to Puerto Rico. I've had some fun in Puerto Rico, seeing some of the sights, and I've taken a couple. Actually, I've taken a couple of cruises that started in Puerto Rico,
Okay.
and I've also been on a few cruises that docked there, that stopped there. So,
But never wrestled in
but
Puerto Rico.
I never had the opportunity.
There you go. Ivan Hidalgo in Kissimmee, Florida. Ivan Hidalgo. For Carlos Caballero, what town is Wrestling Collector in, Ryan? I believe, well, the online
North
store
Jersey.
launches Friday, but the
Yeah.
Wrestling Collector store is going to be in North Jersey, 80swrestlingcon.com. Stay tuned for more info about that store. But right now, it's only online this Friday, Wrestling Collector.
There you go, Ivan.
Anthony Knox in Gilbert, Arizona. Anthony Knox.
Gilbert, wow. Gilbert, Arizona. I think we played them in. I went to school in a little town in southern Arizona called Wilcox. And I'm not mistaken, we played Gilbert.
Oh, there you go. '80swrestlingcon.com, guys. Check out all those upcoming signings. Get those last-minute orders in for 8x10s. This is actually a question
Right there. There you go, Anthony.
that I myself was going to ask you. SummerSlam versus Razor Ramon, was that the end, or was that the last televised match? Was that your final match ever? Did you do
Wasn't
house
my
shows?
last final match ever, but it was my last televised match with the WWF.
Okay, because it wasn't long after that you went into the $1 Million Corporation and were managing.
Well,
right?
I went to when I left then, and that was what, summer of '93.
Mm-hmm.
I went back to work in Japan for a while,
Okay.
and then 2 tours to Japan. I heard an 8 eat my disc, and my wrestling active career came to an end. And then then Vince had me come back and do some commentary with him on one of the pay-per-views, and he liked it, and I liked it, and said, "Yeah, I'll give it a shot."
Yeah.
And that morphed into the $1 Million Corporation.
That's awesome. That was that watching that, especially with Nikolai Volkov and that whole angle, which has been copied numerous times since. We saw it with JBL and Shawn Michaels,
Yeah.
and Big Show and the McMahons. That was a whole great storyline. And King Kong Bundy, who I got to become friends with later years. I mean, he told me some great stories about the corporation.
Big Chris.
There you go. Jen Weddle in Stockton, California. Jen Weddle. She's been asking some questions
Silver.
and comments. How you doing, Jen?
Hey, Jen.
WET, is that LE? Looks like it.
WETLE. Yeah.
WETLE.
All right, this one is to Wade Bates in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin.
Wade.
Ivan, we had several people actually ask Ivan Santos about the Puerto Rico question. Mr. DiBiase had stated that he's been to Puerto Rico for pleasure on numerous times, but he just never had the opportunity to wrestle there. So once again, if your question doesn't get asked, there's a chance that it's been asked already. 80swrestlingcon.com. You'll be able to check out this entire 3-hour signing. So a lot of your questions might have been answered already.
Okay, Wade, there we go.
This one is to Christopher Curtis in Moscow, Idaho.
Red paint.
I didn't know there was a Moscow in Idaho. I hope it's not cold there. There you go. That's for Chris.
All right, Chris.
Jorge Briones is asking a question about a guy who was a very close friend of mine, probably my closest friend from the wrestling business, is Santa Claus, Balls Mahoney.
There you go, Christopher. All right, buddy.
He goes, what was the deal with Santa Claus? He was out of place in the $1 Million Corporation.
I don't remember. I really don't remember. It's like, and he wasn't there very long.
No, he wasn't.
No.
He did go back when they did the ECW revival, but not as Xanta. So here's Antonio Bush in Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Antonio Bush.
All right, Antonio. Leave room for Mike. There you go, buddy. Leave room
This
for my partner.
is Nolan Ward in Mokina, Illinois. Nolan Ward.
Nolan. Hey, Nolan.
Mavs Gillis was a massive fan of the $1 Million Man as a kid. I know a lot of guys have made the long flight to Japan for wrestling, and every time I've had to do it, it's never lost on me. I'm making the same flight as my childhood heroes. So Japanese wrestling related.
Okay, Nolan.
What was the difference between being in a tag team with Mike Rotunda and being in a tag team with Stan Hansen? Is there any noticeable differences?
Yeah, intensity. Yeah, Stan Hansen. I mean, he said we're going to start this thing. We're going to start this thing slow. Yeah. Stan had one speed, and it was go.
I could imagine.
And it was go all the time, all out go, and God bless him, and he was great. But I mean, when he took his glasses off, he couldn't see anything.
And it was much easier being his partner, I imagine, than his opponent.
Oh yeah, but you were still in danger of getting hit.
Here we go.
And he'd laugh right along with me if he heard me say that.
I'm looking forward to meeting him because he seems like a teddy bear of a guy.
He's a great guy.
Gina Lawson, Indianapolis, Indiana. Gina Lawson in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Hey, Gina. All right.
She wants a Hall of Fame 2010 if you could do that.
Okay. There you go, Gina.
Thank you.
All right, this one is to Ron Carley in Kittanning, Pennsylvania. Ron Carly. Ron Carly.
Silver.
Emil Menard wants to know if you could put the host in the $1 Million Dream. Well, fortunately, even though it's unfortunate, we're in a pandemic, so it's fortunate that I can't go experience the $1 Million Dream tonight. That might be one silver lining with everything that's going on during the COVID-19 pandemic. So there won't be a $1 Million Dream tonight. But thanks, Emil. I thought you liked me.
All right, there you go. Ron, everybody's got a price.
Brian Colts. Ted's stepdad and mother were famous wrestlers in the 50s and 60s. Did they both teach you your craft?
Actually, neither one of them taught me my craft. I mean, neither one of them wanted me to be a wrestler.
Wow.
Because not because of the wrestling itself, but the lifestyle. It's hard life, you know. And so, and again, my dad wasn't just a pro wrestler. My dad was three-time conference champion at the University of Nebraska, and then prior to going to Nebraska, he was in the Navy. He was one of the youngest chief petty officers ever in the Navy, is what I was told. And while he was wrestling for the Navy, not the Naval Academy, for the Navy, in 1946, he won the AAU National Heavyweight Wrestling title.
Wow.
As an amateur.
Wow.
So, yeah, Mike DiBiase wrestled as Iron Mike.
I've always heard Iron Sheik put him over very well because Iron Sheik was very into the whole. That's always impressive to hear about. Alan Hollowell in Camden, Tennessee. Alan Hollowell.
It's a long name. Hollowell.
Kyle James says, there was a rumor that you were going to be a Four Horsemen. And while Mr. DiBiase is signing that, I could just say, as a fan, one of my personal favorite moments of watching the NWO grow was there was an episode of Monday Nitro where Ted Dibiase was sitting ringside, and you couldn't hear him. He wasn't mic'd up. And Tony Schiavone was putting the whole thing over. What's he doing here? And you put up the 1, 2, 3, 4, and the Four Horsemen side, and then you mouthed, next week, 5. And I'll never forget Tony Schiavone going, is he going to be a 5th horseman? Or is he going NWO? And I just thought that was so beautifully done. Because back then, that's all you had. You had Monday Nitro, WCW Saturday Night, and if you had AOL dial-up, you could try to talk wrestling rumors with people, unless your mother picked up the phone and booted you off. You know? So Brianna in Palm Desert, California. But to that question, was there any talk about you becoming a member of the Four Horsemen even before going to WWF the first time?
No.
Well, there you go. That is just a rumor that was out there. RJ Evans is asking memories of being on the Lifestyle of the Rich and Famous. I believe that was shot at Vince McMahon's house, was it not?
It was.
There you go.
With the Robin Leach.
That guy was a character.
Oh, yeah, we had a lot of fun.
That guy must have lived his life like the Four Horsemen, I'll tell you that.
He did. Well, when he passed away, Howard Stern did an incredible tribute to him, and there was a lot of stuff about him I did not know.
There, Brianna, there you go. We did that. I told him, I said, while we were shooting that thing, I said, this is my boss's house. He says, don't worry about it, Ted. We do this all the time.
That's awesome.
I said, so a lot of those, and I always used to think, when I said lifestyles of the rich and famous, how many celebrities are actually going to take you into their real home and let you see it?
Absolutely.
And where it is. It's kind of like what was funny was I've lived in Mississippi for 35 years, and that piece came out, and they go, man, Ted, where's that house? I said it's in Greenwich, Connecticut.
There you go. Well, I believe you were billed from seasonal residencies, right?
Yeah.
David Coletti.
Actually, it wasn't Greenwich, but it was close.
Fairfield, Connecticut. Fairfield, Connecticut, Dave Coletti.
There you go, David.
All right. This one is for Tim Beyer in Germany. Tim Beyer in Germany, red paint pen.
All right, Tim.
For Tim. And once again, guys, 80swrestlingcon.com. While Mr. DiBiase is signing that, just listen to some of these upcoming signings we have. Our next one's going to be on January 25th with Erwin R. Shyster,
What's that?
Mike Rotunda,
Hashtag
father
collect me if you can.
of the Fiend Bray
Shoot,
Wyatt.
shoot.
February 15th, we've got Ron Simmons. February 22nd, we have the Barbarian and the Warlord, the Powers of Pain. March 8th, Wendy Richter. Not very often that you see Wendy Richter at a convention, so that's going to be very interesting. March 22nd, we got Ace Cowboy Bob Orton and Craig DeGeorge. That's Craig DeGeorge's first ever autograph signing appearance.
Collect all together. Collect me if you can, all together.
March 28th, Virtual Mania. Jake the Snake Roberts, Haku, Skinner, Orient Express. April 26th, Stan Hansen. Don't forget the WrestlingCollector.com. The new online store opens this Friday, January 15th
There you go,
at
Tim.
9 a.m. We're keeping it moving right along right now. This one's going to be green paint pen, and it's to Cody from Clinton, Iowa. Cody from Clinton, Iowa. So once again, guys, there's lots of great signings coming up.
Green.
All you got to do is go to 80swrestlingcon.com. Also, don't forget, too,
Green's
on
right here.
Instagram,
There you go.
What's that?
at 80s Wrestling, at 80s Wrestling
I'm
on
colorblind.
Instagram, at Ryan Marr Comedy
Yeah,
on
exactly.
Instagram, RyanMaher Comedy. You can
That's great.
always see what's
Yep.
going on with these upcoming
Where's
80s
Greg Carter when you
wrestling
need it?
signings.
And he wants on it. Everybody's got a price.
We're trying to move as fast as we can, guys. We're only here till 10 o'clock, so we're going to take a little bit of a break with the questions. If you have any comments, I can read them out loud to Mr. DiBiase, but we're going to take a little bit of a break on the questions for right now. This is Josh Salinas from Monrovia, California. Josh Salinas in Monrovia, California.
Silver to Josh.
Scott Ruff says, hello, Ted. Brian Adams, will this video be available after it's live? Yes, sir. 80swrestlingcon.com. I believe either tomorrow or the next day, you'll be able to go back and watch this, as well as all the previous signings. This is my second one with 80s Wrestling. I was here 2 weeks ago for Coco Beware, but the other ones with Demolition and
Okay,
some of the
there
other
you go,
talent,
Josh.
they're all available at 80swrestlingcon.com. This is Martin in the United Kingdom, who wants it in silver. Happy 40th birthday, Martin, in the UK. Lowell Reed says, Ted, I am going on the Jericho cruise this October. I know you are booked for it. Hoping things in the world settle down by then so it doesn't get postponed. Looking forward to meeting you. Yeah, that's the tough thing with everything going on. So many cancellations and whatnot. And so hopefully we'll be able to get back to some normalcy by October. Keep your fingers crossed for that. T. Dot wants to know, what's the $1 Million Man's price? That's the real question. Well, you can go on Cameo and find out. He is available. So there you go.
40th.
There you go. You just with that laugh right
Did you
there.
just put 40th next to that?
Oh,
40th? Happy 40th?
With that laugh right there, you just knocked out about 20 requests because they've been coming in nonstop. So thank you for that. Nick Belt from your home state, Omaha, Nebraska.
all
There
right.
you go, Nick and Ellen at the Beltway.
Nick and Ellen at the Beltway.
Best beard in wrestling. Thank you, RJ. Oh, you meant Mr. DiBiase. Gotcha. Okay. Well, there you go. '80swrestlingcon.com to get your orders in. Find out how you can ship your memorabilia from anywhere in the world. And we will get that taken care of for you. Also, if you order a picture tonight, this is actually the picture right here. Money Inc., 3-time WWE World Tag Team Champions. Mr. DiBiase will sign it tonight. We'll hold on to it for 2 weeks, and we'll have Mike Rotunda
All
sign
right,
it
Nick and Ellen
in 2 weeks.
in Omaha.
This one is to Chris Valley, or Valley. Chris Valley in Smithfield, Rhode Island.
Red paint.
Not far from the Twin River Casino, one of my favorite
All right,
comedy
Chris.
clubs right there. Once again, guys, if you're just joining us, I know some people are coming in and out. We're holding off on questions for right now so we can move along. But if you have any statements or comments or memories, I will gladly read them to Mr. DiBiase. Ryan Lennox from Warminster, Pennsylvania. So just hold off on those questions for right now. A lot of questions that are being asked have been asked already, so 80swrestlingcon.com. You'll be able to watch that video after this live performance, I guess we could call it, autograph signing ends.
All right, Ryan, there you go, champ.
All right, this is for Adam Price in Hamilton, Ohio. Adam Price in Hamilton, Ohio. Thank you, Carlos Caballero. It's a lot of fun hosting. I'm just a wrestling fan that gets to sit and hang out with these guys that I grew up watching, so this is a lot of fun for me, and thank you for making it possible. Hulk Hogan versus you on Saturday Night Main Event was awesome. That's from Kyle James. Darren Kramer, I remember watching The $1 Million Man on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous and thinking, wow, he really is rich. We just talked about that and how it was Vince McMahon's house that they used for that taping.
Who's that for?
This is just a signature.
Yeah.
And it's for Adam Price in Hamilton, Ohio.
Okay, Adam.
All right, Caleb Eater in Cape Charles, Virginia. Caleb Eater.
Hey, Caleb. I need
a black paint.
something to punch it on. I want to use my.
Guys, we need a little.
Yeah, this will work right here.
Oh, that'll work. All right, guys, just received a text. We are only taking orders till 9 p.m. and then shutting the online store off. So I'll let you guys know again when we get closer. Right now it is 8:27, but if you want that autograph from $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase,
All right, Caleb, there you go, pal.
you'll get that shout out like Caleb just got. You got to go to 80swrestlingcon.com. You got about 30 minutes. This is Dan the Man, Daniel Lehman from Washington Township, New Jersey. 80swrestlingcon.com.
All right.
We're shutting the store down at 9 p.m. So get those orders in. And don't forget, you can order that Money Inc. photo. Mr. DiBiase will sign it tonight. And in 2 weeks, Mike Rotunda, IRS, will sign it as well. And then we will ship it back out to you. But the store will only be
Dan the
open
Man. There you go, champ.
until 9 p.m.
If you could put everybody's got a price on that.
All right.
Adam Funk in Fishers, Indiana, to the Funks.
Server.
I don't know if any relation. Jason speaks. Ted, I think my mother-in-law.
Oh yeah.
Ted, I think my mother-in-law can drink more wine than Andre the Giant. Well, I hope your mother-in-law is not seeing that comment. Jason speaks. You're a very brave man, but I don't know. If your mother-in-law can drink more wine than Andre the Giant, then your mother-in-law sounds like a good time.
Adam, there you go, Adam Funk.
Mark Martin, Middle River, Maryland. Mark Martin, Middle River, Maryland.
Once we write this in black.
Two more.
I know, but I need to leave room here for I don't know how I'm gonna get it all on here. I'll do it.
You got very nice handwriting. I would be a mess by now.
Excellent handwriting. That was the best I've seen.
Joseph Crosco, Omaha Pride for the $1 Million Man.
All right.
All right. This one is to Liam Moynihan in the United Kingdom. Liam
Silver.
Moynihan.
All right.
I'm just letting everybody know that we're shutting down the online store at 9 p.m. We got the $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase here. He's signing away. We got a stack of 8x10s. We got a stack of memorabilia that we still have to get to. So if you want those 8x10s, get the orders in at 80swrestlingcon.com by 9 p.m. We're going to be shutting it down. Also, this Money Inc., 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions. We got Mr. Dibiase here tonight. We got Mike Rotunda in 2 weeks. You can get them both signed. We'll ship it back to you, 80swrestlingcon.com. This one is for Russell Majazrik in Broadview Heights, Ohio. I hope I didn't butcher that name too badly. Can you make it out?
No.
80swrestlingcon.com for all of the upcoming signings. We're so excited to have everybody, and we're really looking forward to Virtual Mania. That is going to be
There you go, Russell.
so much fun. This one, not too far away in Old Bridge, New Jersey, Jeremy Harris in Old Bridge, New Jersey. Jeremy Harris.
All right, Jeremy.
All right, I'll be right back. Ian, if you could just spot for me for 1 second.
You got it.
Be right back, guys.
Jeremy, there you go.
And this is for August.
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. August Shalkham in New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
It's in black.
Yeah. S-C-H. Shackham.
Yeah, S-C-H-A-C-K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
S-C-H-A-C-K.
Move along here.
H-A-M. S-C-H-A-C-K.
80swrestlingcon.com. You have until 9 o'clock. Pictures you can see behind us on the wall.
Pub.
Cutting off at 9 o'clock tonight. We got a lot more pictures to go through. Merchandise will be signed after the pictures. We got a $1 million belt right up here.
All right, to the Shackham Pub, whatever that. I think that's right.
And this is going into Newton, New Jersey to Dennis Sensal. Oh, Ryan is back, people.
I am
Dennis
back.
Jr.
Thank you, Handsome Ian Levy,
Hey, hey.
for filling in for me. All right. Moving right along. But once again, guys, 80swrestlingcon.com. Great signings coming up. They're all listed there, as well as the Virtual Mania lineup, which I cannot wait for. We might actually wind up having a Battle Royal breakout right here in the conference room when you see these names for the Virtual Mania on WrestleMania Sunday, March 28th.
There you go, Dennis.
I mean, we got Haku, we got Jake Roberts, we got the Orient Express. Right now, this is for Wayne Davis in Peckville, Pennsylvania. Wayne
Silver.
Davis. Dan Mercero. Thanks, Ted, for coming into our homes and entertaining us for so many years. My favorite commentator of the 90s. You know, it's great. I've always noticed that those heels, and I guess Jesse Ventura started it, were the best color commentators. You had Jesse Ventura, Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect, God rest his soul, another great commentator.
Wayne, there you go, buddy.
And $1 Million Man as well. This one is to Omar Barakat in Laurel, Maryland. Omar Barakat.
Silver.
That's right, Janelle Haku, the toughest man arguably in the business. I don't think anyone says otherwise. He'll be here for Virtual Mania on Sunday, March 28th. Corey Walker, Skinner. You guys are more on top of this than I am. I might be losing my job. Corey Walker, that is correct. Skinner will be here.
All right, Omar.
There you go, Omar. Okay.
All right, Mike Lima.
It's not looking good.
Mike
that?
Lima and
This
R.J.
This one's going
Evans.
on the way
in-
out?
Yeah.
Shake it up a little or no?
Nah, toss it.
Mike Lima and R.J. Evans in London, Ontario, Canada.
Black. All right, Mike.
We are moving right along. Don't forget, 25 minutes left. It's 8:35. 25 minutes left to get those orders in for these 8x10s. Order the Money Inc. one. Have Mr. Dibiase sign it tonight. Mr. Rotunda will sign it in 2 weeks. But you have 25 minutes left if you're watching right now to get those orders in. This is Ben Hodgins in Youngstown, New York. Ben
Silver.
Hodgins
To Ben.
in Youngstown, New York. Once again, guys, we're trying to get to as many questions as we can, but we're going to be holding off on that for just a little bit so we make sure that everybody has their memorabilia signed.
All right, Ben, there you go, buddy.
All right, this one is to Tim Carroll in Canada. I love how some of these Canadian fans, they don't get specific. They're just like, Canada. There you go. There you go. Canada.
Tim Carroll. Carroll.
There you go, Tim. Take care, buddy.
Another friend from Canada, Selva. S-E-L-V-A, Selva from Canada.
All right, Selva. There you go, buddy.
Stephen Campbell in the United Kingdom. Stephen Campbell.
Just signature.
Well, he got it personalized.
Kurt Ritchie in Brookfield, Wisconsin. Kurt Ritchie. Kurt Ritchie.
All right, Kurt.
And he wants everyone has a price on it.
Got it. There we go. There you go, Kurt.
All right, this one is Harry Simmons. Harry
Red
Simmons
paint. That's
also.
in red paint.
Harry Simmons also in the United Kingdom. Harry Simmons.
All right, Harry. There you go.
All right, this one is for William in Los Angeles, California. William.
Silver.
'80swrestlingcon.com for the list of all upcoming signings. I'll be going through it periodically over the next hour that we're together, but also Virtual Mania. The WrestlingCollector.com online store is going to be opening this Friday morning, so make sure you check that out. There's going to be tons of cool memorabilia. I mean, just looking around this room right now for what people have sent in, if this is the type of stuff that's going to be available for purchase in the store, I'm excited. And I'll be spending some money that I don't have right now. Here we go. Travis, Warsaw, Indiana. Travis.
It's a black.
Quick question from Brian Colts. Did Ted ever get to work with a legend from the past or his childhood that he idolized, like a Lou Thez or a Johnny Valentine or a Buddy Rogers? Was there an idol of yours that you got to work with?
No. None of those. Those are all guys from my father's era. But the guys that brought me into the business, that helped shape me. The Funks, Harley Race, Watts.
Those are pretty good names right there.
Yeah.
And this one is Eric Bowman in Monterey, Tennessee. Eric Bowman in Monterey, Tennessee.
Silver. That's green.
No, you're right. These dang silver pins.
Roger, he's being funny, but I enjoyed this storyline immensely. Where did you take Sweet Sapphire in that limousine? I will never forget watching that as a kid. And I was probably 7 years old, and I could not believe that even Sapphire had a price. That blew my mind. And Dusty chasing after the limo. I mean, that was just some great, great stuff that you didn't really get to see back then. You never saw backstage really that often, maybe for an interview.
All right, there you go, Eric.
Would you like to tell us where you took Sweet Sapphire in the limousine?
To
Josh.
the end of the parking lot, and then she got out. And,
He tells you he's got to kill you.
yeah.
Josh Robbins in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Josh Robbins, Mount Juliet, Tennessee.
Hey, Josh.
Brian Colts, that was hilarious when Sapphire was carrying the Ted wrestling buddy. I remember that, and I remember her ironing in a mink coat. That was priceless. She was ironing your money, I believe. Dan Merceron in Canada. Dan Merceron.
All right, Dan.
No
You're the
problem,
man.
Brian. Thank you for participating. We're trying to get to as many questions as we can. As you can tell, we're very, very busy tonight. You have till 9 p.m. to get your orders in. Get this money ink photo. Ted will
Dan,
sign it
there
tonight.
you go, champ.
Mike Rotunda will sign it in 2 weeks. Red Paint Pen, the best tag team money can buy. This one's for John Pearson, also in the United Kingdom. John Pearson. A lot of UK, a lot of Germany, a lot of France
Red
tonight.
paint pen.
What's up to my pal John Sentner, who just checked in with us. How you doing, John? Haven't talked to you in a while. Hope all is well, my friend. R.J. Evans beating Dustin Rhodes up in front of Dusty
Well, there it
was a great
says just
storyline.
signature.
And this is the best tag team money combined.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, when you really think
That's
about
not
it,
just signature. Yeah.
He's got a point there. But if you think about it, there was just so many great storylines, one after the other, right? You had the Hulk Hogan Andre situation. You had the DiBiase with the tournament. Dusty Rhodes. Just so many great storylines, one on top of the other. Then we go into the $1 Million Corporation, NWO. And as I can tell by some of this merchandise that's going to be coming up after we finish these pictures.
There you go, John.
What a career. This one's for Luis Alejandro Hoyo in Round Rock, Texas. Luis Alejandro Hoyo.
Blue paint.
Reminds me of that Lady
Just
Gaga
signature.
song. Don't call my name, Alejandro. So you have until 9 o'clock, that is 18 minutes, to place your order, 80swrestlingcon.com. Don't forget thewrestlingcollector.com tomorrow. Or actually, Friday.
There you go.
I wish it was
Alejandro.
Friday tomorrow. Don't write checks that your body can't cash, man. People really want some inscriptions on these. This is for Ty in Yonkers, New York. What's going on, Ty? Ty in Yonkers. That's a very Yonkers saying. Don't write checks that your body can't cash. I would expect that from the Yonkers.
That's always the advice I give.
Thank you, Lowell. I am doing my best to get to the fans' questions. I appreciate it. You guys are the ones that fuel this ship. We're trying to get to as many people as we can. Like I said, though, if you have some comments, some one-liners or whatnot, I can read them aloud to Mr. DiBiase. Some of the questions you're asking have been covered already, so go to 80swrestlingcon.com tomorrow. You can watch the entire 3-hour signing, and there's a good chance your question's been answered. So far, the highlight for me was the Mr. Perfect story. I enjoyed that very much. Where can we find the info on the
There you
Virtual
go,
Mania
Ty.
signings? 80swrestlingcon.com. What's that, buddy?
It'll be up on the website later this week.
Later this week. All right, so there you have it from the man himself.
We might add one more, that's why.
You might add one more. Okay. Christian Queel in Germany. Christian
Silver.
Queel. Rumor McLean Spencer. Wrestling in Ted's era in the WWE was so much better than today's era of WWE. Glad I don't watch it. Well, I think nowadays it's different. It's very like the UFC, right? You could just follow, especially with social media and everything like that, you could follow certain things. So you could watch the Roman Reigns storyline and have no idea what else is going on. You can watch one
Christian,
of the female
there you go.
storylines and have no idea Whereas back in the day, you just watched the whole show from start to finish and everything was great. David Rich in Richmond, California. David Rich in Richmond,
To Chris.
California.
Hi, Chris.
Oh, it's to Chris, okay. Sorry, I'm reading the back. Giving everybody their shout-outs. David Coletti. Ted brought me so much entertainment back in the
There you
day.
go, Chris.
And I respect the message he's been delivering in recent years even more. Thank you, Ted. Matt Fortunato in Wayne, New Jersey. Matt Fortunato.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you.
Kenny, you're asking Mr. DiBiase, Raw or SmackDown. He told us earlier that right now he's not really having enough time to watch the current product because he's busy with his ministry and other things. So, Jordan in Brooklyn, New York. Jordan, keep selling, it says. Keep selling.
In black.
All right, Jordan, there you go. Keep selling.
Before we get to this next one, I want, because this was a question that was asked several times, and I wanted to know myself, what made you come up with the drop fist?
It was something that I watched Dick Murdoch do,
Okay.
and I just loved it.
Yeah, it was
So
great.
I made it my own.
And it's amazing because it's not something that I've seen really since. You would think that somebody would have copied that by now.
Yeah. Well,
Now we know why.
My left rotator cuff took a lot of that pounding.
I can imagine. Michael Federico in Elyria, Ohio. Michael Federico in Elyria, Ohio. So once again, guys, at 9 p.m., we're going to be shutting down the orders for tonight. Don't forget the Money Inc. photo can be signed by Mr. DiBiase tonight, and it can be signed by Mr. Rotunda, IRS, in 2 weeks. And then we're going to ship it back to you. All these other 8x10s are still available.
There you go,
till
Michael.
9 p.m. This one is to John Sagatis in Braintree, Massachusetts. John. Matthew Curcio. I was disappointed Virgil couldn't handle Hercules and forced you to soil your hands. There you go. Thank you for that, Matthew. We appreciate it. If you have any of those other memories, those are a lot easier right now to read out loud than it is for the questions. We want to try to ask as many questions as possible, but we are on some time constraints. So please, 80swrestlingcon.com. Your questions may have been answered already. Later this week, you'll be able to watch the whole production.
There we go, John.
All right, this one is for Gareth Johnson, also in the UK.
Black.
Oh, I forgot about your, yeah, this is interesting. Matthew Compitello, loved your in-ring work, and also as an announcer and co-host of All American Wrestling with Todd Pettengill. I've worked with Todd. He was a radio DJ here at 95.5 WPLJ for many years, and I actually forgot that you had that show with him,
There you
All
go.
American Wrestling. All of those were taped in Stanford, correct?
Correct.
Andrew Smith in New Zealand, bushwhacker country.
Silver.
Silver to Andrew.
Christopher Jones, hey Hacksaw, have you seen Sweet Sapphire? I love when they just throw the random one-liners out there.
Passed away.
No, he's using the quote there.
Yeah.
Jose Terrazas from Long Beach, California. Jose Terrazas from Long Beach, California.
All right. Jose. How are you?
80swrestlingcon.com. You have 10 minutes.
There you go, Jose.
10-minute warning to get these 8x10 orders in. Cole Payne in Canada. Cole Payne. Cole Payne.
Hey, Cole. How you doing?
All right, RJ Evans, I'm going to edit your question a little bit because I'm sure it's one that's on everybody's mind, but the vignettes, do you have a favorite out of all those legendary vignettes that were used? Is there one that personally sticks out for Ted Dibiase that when you were doing it, you were like, this was the most fun one?
Well, the initial ones were done, but the one that I get asked about endlessly, which was done live, and it wasn't. It was rehearsed, but it was done live, and that's what made the difference. Was the little kid in the basketball?
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
All right, Cole. There you go.
All right, James Spagnolo in Deerfield, New York. James
Kicking the
Spagnolo.
honeymoon couple out of the honeymoon suite.
He mentioned that. He mentioned that. I was editing his questions, but.
Okay, there we go.
All right, Bill Hardebeck in Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Bill Hardebeck in Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Don't forget, guys, you got
Billy H.
just under 10 minutes, 80swrestlingcon.com to order those 8x10s. Also, see all the upcoming signings that are going to be coming up and figure out how you can ship your memorabilia here to be signed by our upcoming superstars. Don't forget, tonight, kind of like a little 2-for-1 kind of a deal, if you will. You can get that Money Inc. picture, have Mr. DiBiase sign it, and then in 2 weeks, IRS Mike Rotunda. And then you have a personalized signed 8x10 of the 3-time WWE World Tag Team Champions. The storyline with the big boss man refusing to take your money was great. Set up boss man's face turn perfectly. There you go.
There you go, Bill.
Tom George from Gloucester City, New Jersey. Tom George.
Red paint.
All right, guys, as you can see in the chat from Tommy Fierro. Hey, guys, Tommy here. Unfortunately, we have a ton of more stuff to sign. We have to hold off on questions for now. I've asked Ryan, that's me, to hold off on asking questions. We need to make sure there's enough time for everyone to get their items signed. Thank you.
You got another one of these?
Another picture?
We'll bring it back later.
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
All right. This one is to Cole in Deptford, New Jersey. Cole. So yeah, guys, unfortunately for right now, no more questions. We got to get to everybody's stuff. Like I said, if you have a quick little memory or one-liner, we'll read it out loud. But no more questions, please.
All right, there you go, Cole. Got you done.
All right. Anthony in Lynn, Massachusetts. Anthony. Rumar Spencer and Ted Zero. Hulk Hogan was the guy. Later on there was Steve, then Cena, but now Vince doesn't have that one guy to build around. No one can draw and has special appeal today. Hey, that's what's great about these chats. You can have your opinions, you can say what you need to say, but we focus on the 1980s, the golden age of professional wrestling. So 80swrestlingcon.com to
There
see
you
what
go,
else is going to be
Anthony.
coming up.
When you want to go over again.
Yeah.
Red paint.
Did I do it over here? There you go, Tom.
All right, this is Doug Harvey in Galesburg, Illinois. Doug Harvey.
Right.
Clear some this up for you, or you gotta. There we go.
Doug.
Matt Daly, I want to put my coworker in the $1 Million Dream. He drives everyone crazy. Where do you work, Matt? Because depending on where you work, it could be acceptable.
There you go, Doug.
Howard Walker in Plant City, Florida. Howard Walker.
Silver.
in
All right,
Plant
Howard.
City, Florida.
There you go, Howard.
Eric Eastman in Mission Viejo, California. He wants it signed to Deputy District Attorney Eastman. Shoot me an email. I always try to make those kind of connections in case I get into some trouble. Deputy
Are
District
you one of those honest attorneys?
Talk about an oxymoron. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Ted and Dr. Death were one of my favorite tag teams from Roland Gomez. Guys, just because we're not taking any more questions at this time doesn't mean that you can't drop little memories, anecdotes, whatnot. We will read them out loud without a problem. 80swrestlingcon.com. You have under 5 minutes, 4 minutes to get those orders in. You can get that Money Inc. photo signed tonight by Mr. Dibiase, in 2 weeks by Mr. Rotunda, IRS. Don't forget WrestlingCollector.com online store opens
There
this Friday.
you go, Deputy. District
Jason
Attorney.
Malden in Flowery Branch, Georgia. Jason Malden in Flowery Branch, Georgia.
Just see the signature silver. There you go, Jason.
All right, this is to Dennis Gronin in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I believe that was a WCW town.
Dennis, everybody's got a price.
Sioux
Hall of
Falls,
Fame
South
22.
Dakota. All right, guys, 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning for the website store, 80swrestlingcon.com. This is your last chance to have Mr. Dibiase sign an 8x10 tonight and give you a shout-out. Once again, that Money Inc. photo that's available, Mr. Dibiase will sign it tonight. And then in 2 weeks, IRS, Mike Rotunda, will be signing it as well. So you have 2 minutes until we're shutting down the online store, 80swrestlingcon.com. Get those orders in.
All right, there you go, Dennis.
Chris and Mary Romero in Many Farms, Arizona.
Silver.
Romero. No relation to Ricky Romero, I wonder.
There you go.
Chris and Mary Romero.
Lowell Reed, the $1 Million Dream, was the best variation of the sleeper hold. I think it's hard to dispute that. Craig Wilbur, Ted should have a run with the Intercontinental title. Should or should have? That'd be kind of interesting if he just went back now and won it. There you go.
What's that?
He said you should have a run with the Intercontinental title. I think he meant you should have had a run. But hey, go back now and win it. Who cares? What's stopping you?
What's stopping me? It's old age.
Only as old as you feel. All right, guys, you have about 60 seconds. Get those orders in, 80swrestlingcon.com for the Ted Dibiase 8x10s. He'll sign it tonight. He'll give you the shout-out. 2 weeks, IRS, Mike Rotunda will be here. You can sign that Money Inc. photo. You have about 30 seconds to get those orders in, then they're shutting it down for the evening.
All right, Chris and Mary Romero, there you go.
All right, she says she's your #1 fan, Alariza from McLean, Virginia. Alariza. lot of questions are still coming in. We're holding off on the questions right now, guys, due to how busy we are with getting these signings. We're only here till 10 o'clock. We have to get to everybody's memorabilia. So please refrain from the questions right now. But if you have a comment, a memory, a line, anything like that, I will read it out loud to Mr. Dibiase. He will hear you. But right now, no more questions, please. I believe the online store is just about shut off. We are finished with the online store for tonight. But 80swrestlingcon.com to see everything else that's going to be coming up, how you can drop off your memorabilia, ship it to us, whatnot, order more stuff for the upcoming signings.
All right, there you go.
This one is for David Henderson in Richmond, Texas. David Henderson.
I don't know what it is, these silver pins.
Sometimes they're really good and sometimes they're not. Depends.
Okay, here we go.
This is for Joey Montero in Salida, California. Joey Montero.
All right, Joey, there
Thank
you
you,
go,
Lowell
pal.
Reed. Appreciate the kind words. Knocking it out of the park. Tom Kraus, Palmyra, Pennsylvania. Tom Kraus in Palmyra,
Black.
Pennsylvania. Guido Jaramillo, love the promo when you paid the guy to kick the kids out of the pool. That might have been my personal favorite as well. Romeo Sass, no way is that the $1 Million Man next to you. Yes, it is. Ted
There you
DiBiase.
go, Tom.
Live and virtual. This is Stephen Kerr in Yukon, Oklahoma. He wants you to put to save money. There you go. Save money.
Silver.
Which one? All right, Steven, there you go, buddy.
All right, this is for Nick Goodwin in Cedar Park, Texas. Nick Goodwin, Cedar Park, Texas.
It's a good marker, right?
That's a good one, yeah. All right, Nick, there you go, buddy.
All right, this is for Arnfinn Grindvald in Norway. Arnfinn Grindvald in Norway. Reminds me of that Austin Powers movie. That's weird.
Arnfinn. Okay. Arnfinn, right?
Arn, A-R-N.
Yeah.
Finn, yeah, Arnfinn.
Arn.
It's like Arn Anderson and Finn Balor put together. Arnfinn. I am just amazed at all this stuff coming over from Europe. I mean, really, really impressive.
Innocent, this stuff is all over the world.
crazy. All right, Arnfin, I've got you taken care of, pal. Well, there you go.
This is to Zeke Vigil Jr. in La Junta, Colorado. Zeke
Silver.
Vigil Jr. I almost said Zeke Virgil Jr.
There you go, Zeke.
This one is for Lee Welka in Nampa, Idaho. Lee Welker.
Hey, Lee. How
Craig
are
Tisdale, yes, we're burning through as much as we can here. We are reading the names as we get to the memorabilia. Right now we're on the 8x10s. We still have the mail-in order action figures and whatnot, but we are giving shout-outs to everybody who did purchase. Jason Hatfield in Canada. Jason Hatfield in Canada.
All right, Jason.
That's in red paint.
All right, Lisa Cueller in Adelanto, California, to the Cueller family, or is that Cueller? I couldn't tell if that was a V or a U.
Quayla, CU, CU.
80swrestlingcon.com. Just listen to some of these names coming up, guys. In 2 weeks, we got IRS. A lot of you are going to have the double signature from the Money Inc. photo. That's January 25th. February 15th, Ron Simmons. February 22nd, The Warlord and Barbarian, The Powers of Pain. March 8th, Wendy Richter. March 22nd, Cowboy Bob Orton and Craig DeGeorge, his first ever autograph appearance ever. March 28th, Virtual Mania with Jake the Snake Roberts, Haku Skinner, The Orient Express. And April 26th with this man's former tag team partner in Japan, Stan Hansen. This one goes out to Tiger Mofo in Williamston, Michigan. Tiger Mofo. Tiger Mofo. I just like saying that. So 80swrestlingcon.com for all the information on how you can send in your memorabilia for any of those upcoming signings. Also how you can order memorabilia to be signed by those talents on those nights. And WrestlingCollector.com, the online store, opens this Friday. So make sure you check out WrestlingCollector.com, or the Wrestling
All right,
Collector, I should say.
Tiger Mofo.
There you go.
There you go.
Right, it just rolls off the tongue.
Tiger Mofo, there you go.
There you go.
That ain't no mofo.
The Yoder Boys. The Yoder Boys in New Milford, Connecticut. The Yoder
Black.
Boys.
Yoder. There you go, Yoder boys. Yoder boys.
This one's for
Little tongue
Daniel.
twister.
Well, I hope you can pronounce this one. Daniel, because I can't. Mittelhenner. Daniel Mittelhenner in Germany. Daniel Mittelhenner in Germany.
What's it in silver?
Michael.
Daniel
To Daniel.
Middleheader.
so it is.
Well, I'm just trying to give him a
Mittelhenner.
shot, so
Maybe. Dan, I'm just going to, hey, Daniel.
keep it simple.
Silver. All right, Daniel, there you go.
All right, Ramon Miranda in Columbia, South Carolina. Ramon Miranda.
Oh.
right, this one is for Chris Getzan in Denver, Colorado. Chris Getzan.
Red paint.
Once again, guys, we see that you're asking questions, but unfortunately, due to some time constraints, we're not going to be able to get any more questions in. Some of the questions that you're asking have already been answered, so you're going to go to 80swrestlingcon.com. Over the next couple of days, you'll be able to watch this entire autograph signing in its entirety. We already heard some great stories that I think you're going to really enjoy, and they're going to answer some of the questions that you've been asking throughout this. But if you do have any memories, any type of shout-out, I will read them to Mr. DiBiase, so make sure you stay active in the chat and you check out 80swrestlingcon.com to see what's going to be coming up next, all the great talent.
All right, Chris, there you go.
This one's for Chris Cooper in Roaring Spring, Pennsylvania. Chris Cooper, Roaring Spring, Pennsylvania.
To Coop.
Roger
All right,
Radojic.
Coop, there you go, champ.
Roger Radojic says you're the best heel of all time. This one is for Ryan Evans in Forest Hill, Maryland. This is a great shot. You with Howard Finkel. There you go, Ryan.
Silver.
Yeah.
Bryant Newell says, just in case Ted wants to know, the score is Ohio State 14, Bama 14, early in second quarter.
Thank you for the update.
There you go, Bryant.
All right, Ryan, there you go, champ.
All right, here we have Colt Campbell, not to be confused with Colt Cabana. Colt Campbell in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Colt Campbell.
All right, Colt.
Ivan, unfortunately, no more questions, Ivan Hidalgo. No more questions for right now. We're trying to get to
Colt,
everybody's stuff.
there you go, champ.
Sylvester Fitzenko.
Everyone has a price.
Oh,
Sorry.
Ah.
Well, we're going to get to you next, Sylvester.
Missed it again.
All right, Sylvester Fitzenko in Pekin, Illinois. Or
Red
Pekin,
paint.
Illinois. Pekin. He
Too
wants it to
sly.
slide. Adam Pop, kayfabe being broken is probably one of the best things to happen to the business because it really put into perspective how great guys like Heenan and DiBiase were at their job. You love to hate them, but really helped make the era as great as it was. That's an interesting perspective. This one is Ivan Smith, Toledo, Ohio. Thank you for that, Adam. Hey, that's what we like to see. We like to welcome you guys in to chat, give your opinions. We're all stuck at home during these trying times. A lot of us aren't watching Monday Night Raw, so come on here. If you have any Ted DiBiase stories or anything along those lines, I will read them out loud. Unfortunately, right now, though, we apologize. We have to get through all this memorabilia, so we cannot ask any more questions at this time. If that changes, though, we will definitely let you know.
There we go. Ivan Smith, Serenity Realty.
All right, John Soltez in Dumont, New Jersey. John
Black.
Soltez.
Hey, Big John.
Yes, Roger. Unfortunately, we had to close down the store tonight because we are so swamped, but 80swrestlingcon.com for all the upcoming signings. Make sure you check that out. Find out how you can ship your memorabilia to be personalized by the upcoming talent. This one is for Keenan Gabi in Canada. Keenan Gabi
Green paint.
in Canada. Keenan Gabi.
of crap there. This is a real. God.
Bunch of green like the color of money.
There you go. Another great movie.
I would keep that one somewhere where it has time to dry off.
Okay.
But that.
You just leave it up there.
Is there any other green pen? This one's pretty.
Over here.
Whatever's on the
It's
table.
just too much.
All right, this is Murrells Inlet, South Carolina. Sissy Hall wants it to Sissy, my nickname in high school. There you go. To Sissy. Ryan Barreto. I don't remember if Ted remembers this, but when I was 8 years old, he waved a Canadian $100 bill at me while I was sitting in the 11th row at Maple Leaf Gardens.
Oh yeah, of course. Like yesterday.
Dustin Slade in Canada. Dustin Slade. Comedian Dennis Miller tells a great story about when he got to meet Frank Sinatra and his mother was with him. And his mother said, Mr. Sinatra, I was at such and such theater in Pittsburgh and I watched you perform. And he goes, yeah, I remember you, honey. You were in the 7th row. You look good that night. Always got to have those, ready to go.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
All right, this is to Colin Gilmore in Portland, Oregon. Colin Gilmore in Portland, Oregon.
All right, Colin, there you go, champ.
All right, here we go. This is for Kyle in Plainview, New York.
Sure.
Kyle in Plainview, New York.
All right, Kyle, there you go, champ.
All right, this is to Jan, #1 fan from Germany. Jan, #1 fan from Germany. Rob Kerr, sending love from Melbourne, Australia.
Yes, from Germany. All right, Jan, #1 fan from Germany. There you go.
All right, this is Michael Riggin in Arkansas. Michael Riggin in Arkansas.
All right, Michael, there you go.
All right, someone who's very active in our chat, Emil Menard in Worcester, Massachusetts. Emil, good to see you, buddy, back here again. I remember you were with us for the Coco signing just a couple weeks ago. Once again, guys, 80swrestlingcon.com. Just such an incredible list of talent that's going to be coming up over these next couple weeks and months. Don't forget about Virtual Mania. I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be on WrestleMania Sunday, March 28th. Amazing lineup for Virtual Mania. Jake the Snake Roberts, Haku, Skinner, the Orient Express.
There you go, Emily.
Make sure you check us out for that. This is for Zach in Troy, New York. Everybody
Zach.
has a price.
Silver.
Zach is back.
Zach.
All right, Zach. There you go, champ.
All right, this is for John in Albert Lee, Minnesota. John in Albert Lee, Minnesota.
There you go, John.
All right, for Matt Kemp in Montgomery, Alabama. Matt Kemp.
Yeah.
Once again, guys, sorry that we've had to shut down the questions. As you can tell, we're very busy. We still have a lot of photos to get to before we even get to the mail-in memorabilia. So once again, if you have any comments that I can read to Mr. DiBiase, I'll gladly do that, but no more questions at this time. This one is for Mike Mistake from my hometown originally of Jersey City, New Jersey. Mike Mistake. I don't know if that's a nickname or if his last name is actually Mistake. I hope he was tough growing up.
A name like that, you gotta be tough growing up.
That's the joke. All right, this is for Bill in West Warwick, Rhode Island. Bill in West Warwick, Rhode Island. Tim Eckery just wanted to say, go Big Red to Ted.
You got it, buddy. Go Big Red. There you go, Bill.
Annie in Loris, South Carolina. Annie in Loris, South Carolina.
paint.
We're cooking with gas over here, guys. We're blowing through these 8x10s, making sure everybody gets their signatures, everybody gets their shout out. Then we're going to move on to some of the mail-in stuff. But don't forget 80swrestlingcon.com. You can order more merchandise, more memorabilia. Find out how to ship yours. 80swrestlingcon.com. This is Christopher Jr. in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I feel like UK, Germany, and Pennsylvania are leading the pack tonight, but we're getting stuff from all over the world. We'd love to see it. Don't forget the WrestlingCollector.com opens this Friday morning. Eventually, there's going to be that in-person store here in North Jersey. Can't wait for that. If the comedy clubs don't reopen soon, I might be there stocking shelves. Who knows? So, 80swrestlingcon.com. Keep supporting it so Tommy can hire me.
All right, Christopher Jr., there you go, buddy.
All right, Stephen Aaron in Mesquite, Texas. Stephen Aaron in Mesquite, Texas.
Hey, Steven. How you doing, buddy? I don't know about you, but I'm getting a hand cramp.
Well, I'm not signing.
There you go.
Jonathan Bogan, Toms River, New Jersey, where I went to high school. Monsignor Donovan. Also, Diamond Dallas Page went there. So how you doing, John? There you go.
Hey, John. There you go, buddy.
All right, Daniel Rinaldi in Italy. Daniel Rinaldi in Italy. Tim Eckery, 80s Wrestling Rocks. Thank you very much. Make sure you follow 80s Wrestling on Instagram if you're not already. Also at Ryan Marr Comedy. That's mine. RyanMaher Comedy. So make sure you follow those two Instagram pages. Great content daily. I have a lot of fun on those 80s wrestling conversations. Underneath all the pictures, some great stuff that Tommy and the crew put up all the time. RJ Heaven says that if you have a cramp, maybe you can have Virgil massage it tomorrow.
No thanks.
All right.
We do this one, actually, in the green. We don't have to show that. This was the one he's on. This was the bad one, right? Thank you.
All right, so this one is Chris Brown from the UK, but it's to Thomo, Thomo.
So was it up 2007? Was that?
Yeah.
American Arm Wrestling Championship?
If you thought your hand was cramped before that.
African.
I don't know if he actually went to Africa to win the arm wrestling title. That could be interesting. He's going to have to let us know in the comments.
There we go. African arm wrestling champion.
There you go. Alan Kennedy in Arkansas. Carlos Caballero writes, thanks for the memories, Ted. A career synonymous with stellar in-ring work and certainly a true icon of the 80s wrestling era.
Thank you very much, Alan. There's your picture, buddy.
All right. Matt Gabriel in Davenport, Florida. Matt Gabriel. Stephen Kerr, I got married wearing a Ted Dibiase styled suit. Thanks for doing this. That's pretty cool, Stephen.
All right, Matt. There you go, champ.
Brandon Savage in Louisville, Kentucky. Brandon Savage. 80swrestlingcon.com. Check out all of the upcoming signings. I have a list of them right here. This is some really amazing stuff. January 25th, Mike Rotunda, IRS, this man's tag team partner, 3-time world tag team champion. Some of you are going to have that autograph signed twice by both those men. February 15th, first African-American world champion, Ron Simmons. I'm looking forward. I've never met Ron. That's going to be an exciting night. The Powers of
All
Pain,
right, Brandon.
Warlord,
There you go, champ.
and Barbarian. This one is for Jason Speaks in Sherman, Illinois.
Silver.
March 8th, we got Wendy Richter. March 22nd, Cowboy Bob Orton and Craig DeGeorge for Craig's first ever autograph signing anywhere. It's going to be right here, virtual 80s Wrestling Con. And then March 28th, WrestleMania Sunday, Virtual Mania. Got Jake the Snake Roberts, Haku Skinner, the Orient Express. April 26th, this man's tag team partner in Japan,
All right, Jason.
Stan Hansen. This one is for Michael Rodriguez in Puerto Rico. See, I can't roll my tongue like Howard Finkel could back in the day, but Puerto Rico. A lot of questions about Puerto Rico tonight. And that's for Michael in Puerto Rico. Also, don't forget the WrestlingCollector.com. The new online store opens this Friday, January 15th at 9 a.m. Eastern. Richard Kidston. There was never a better era of wrestling than when the $1 Million Man was trying to buy the belt. WrestleMania 4, one of the best of all time. We talked a little bit about WrestleMania before at the beginning of this show.
All right, Michael. There you go, buddy.
This is for Blake Benson in Lima, New York. Blake Benson. So, Richard, make sure you go to 80swrestlingcon.com for the end of the week, and you can hear some stories about traveling with Andre the Giant and the $1 Million Man. That's going to be at 80swrestlingcon.com by the end of this week, so check that out. If you like WrestleMania 4, then you're going to love that story he told. Also a great story about a rib pulled on him by Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig. That's going to be on the internet as well.
All right, Blake.
William D. Michelle, Easton, Pennsylvania.
Red.
Once again, UK, Scotland, Pennsylvania. It's coming in from all over the place tonight. 80swrestlingcon.com. Get those orders in for the upcoming signings. Once again, guys, we had to cut off the questions because we're so backlogged with stuff. We haven't even gotten to the mail-in action figures, the $1 Million Championship replicas, the Tag Team Championship belt replicas. So thank you for hanging out with us. If you have any comments, anything that we could talk about as far as memories of $1 Million Man, I will read them out loud.
There you go, William.
But no more questions, please. Antonio Bush in Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Antonio Bush.
There you go, Antonio.
All right, Matthew Curcio in Lakehurst, New Jersey, site of the Hindenburg disaster, not far from where I live. Matthew Curcio. Randy Barrow says, no wonder stocks are up today. Ted Dibiase's in the tri-state area. There you go.
That's true.
I like that guy.
That's good for the economy.
Bubba John, $1 Million Man should have been WWF champion. I said it when I introduced him almost 2 hours ago. I think he was. Jack Tunney, God rest his soul, whatever. I dispute that. He bought the belt. The belt was his. Everybody has a price. So there you go. Former world champion in my eyes.
Okay.
All right, Stan Laddergrass in Belcourt, North Dakota. Stan Laddergrass in Belcourt, North Dakota. Christopher Jones in Easton, Pennsylvania. Christopher Jones in Easton, Pennsylvania.
Jonesy.
Hey, Jonesy. There you go, Jonesy.
All right, John Soltez in Dumont, New Jersey. John
Red.
Soltez in Dumont, New Jersey.
Todd was a great worker, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yes, he is. Was. All right, John. There you go, champ.
All right, first one from the land down under tonight. Brian Caratina in Australia. Brian Caratina
Silver.
in Australia.
All right there, Brian.
All right, this is to Tony in Austin, Texas. Tony in Austin, Texas.
Sorry. There you go, Tony.
All right, this one's for Brian Carrieri in Shelby Township, Michigan. Brian Carrieri.
Let's try different one. Let's get in trouble with that one.
Brian Carrieri, who you're signing right now. Thank you, Ted, my favorite heel wrestler of all time. I would beg my folks to take me to see you every time you came to Detroit.
All right, Brian, there you go, pal.
All right, Eric Knox in Gilbert, Arizona. Eric Knox. Lowell Reed would like to point out that Brutus Beefcake and Greg Valentine
There you go, Eric.
were already on their second or so round of beers by now, and you're still working on the same bottle of iced tea. So I don't know the relevance of that, but Lowell Reed wanted to put it out there. This one is Shane Myron in Alexandria, Virginia.
It's red.
Shane.
80swrestlingcon.com. Check out all the upcoming signings, finding out how you can ship your memorabilia. We'll get it sent back to you. Lots of great signings coming up. Virtual Mania on WrestleMania Sunday, March 28th. Really looking forward to that. 80swrestlingcon.com, at 80s Wrestling on Instagram. I'm Ryan Marr. I'm going to be your host from here on out for all of these events. You can follow me on Instagram at Ryan Marr Comedy, Ryan M-A-H-E-R Comedy, but most importantly, 80swrestlingcon.com for all your upcoming signings.
There you go, Shane.
Here you go. Nigel Edgington in Denver, Colorado. Nigel Edgington in Denver, Colorado.
Nigel and Rebecca. So
Nigel. There we go, Nigel and Rebecca.
All right. Brian Yart in Largo, Florida. Brian Yart in Largo, Florida. RJ Evans, great job, Ryan. Pretty good beard, too. Thank you, sir. My barber shop was closed due to the pandemic, so I'm feeling a little grizzly. But thank you, RJ. I appreciate the kind words.
that's not RJ, your roommate, is it?
No, I don't know.
All right, Brian.
I'll do the
There you go,
jokes. I
champ.
got it. I'll take it from here. All right. Mike Bennett from Northport, Florida. Mike Bennett from Northport, Florida. I don't remember the tag titles being
All right, for Mike.
blue like that. Justin Kaufman in Wexford, Pennsylvania. He wants it the Hustler Kaufman. The Hustler Kaufman. I always remember like the lettering being in the red. Yeah, like I don't remember. I guess it's different.
Lighting?
It could be the lighting, but I know that they change the belts every so often,
Yeah.
like little minor designs, you know.
All right. Justin, there you go, champ.
This is for Jace McCauley in Berkeley Heights, New Jersey. Craig Wilbur says, Ted still has a great beard too. Easily top 5 beard of all time in the wrestling business. I didn't know there was a top 5. Is there a Mount Rushmore for wrestling beards? I think there's a top 5 for everything. There you go. I didn't know we were counting that. David Johnson, hey Ryan, I've always loved this show. Is there a reason why you haven't read any of my comments? I've always thought you were a cool guy. I loved your show with Demolition. I wasn't here for Demolition, David, so I don't know what you're referring to.
All right, Jace, there you are, dude.
Colton Gryba in Canada. But no, David, honestly, we're trying to get to as many comments as we can. We had to cut off the questions to make sure that everybody who purchased gets their merchandise signed. So I apologize if there's a reason that I have not read your comments. If you have anything you'd like to say to Mr. DiBiase that isn't a question, I will gladly relay the message and read it out loud.
These are all for this guy named Beard.
All right.
And then these are more than one. That's why they're opposites.
All right, Colton.
All right, so these are all for one gentleman named Dave. Does it say where he's from? Oceanside, New York. Dave in Oceanside, New York.
Man, you got a new one.
New gray.
Plenty of gray. Yeah. Plenty of gray.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think they're mostly all twos.
And then are we done with photos or no?
Yeah, this is it on the photos. Well, on these photos, let's say. Because people sent in their own, photos.
Are we going to break it up and go into the...
Oh, yeah, the next is gonna be all the stuff people,
Okay.
sent in.
Tommy from 80s Wrestling says, tonight's response was absolutely overwhelming. All I can say is thank you so much to 80s Wrestling Nation. I promise to keep the signings coming all year long. Yes, guys, thank you very much for everything. This is both to one fan named Craig Wilbur in Windsor, Vermont. He wants both these photos signed. Thank you guys so much. It really was, when I walked in here today, I mean, all of the signings have been great, but when I walked in and saw all this, I knew just how hard everybody was working to put this together. Thank you to Mr. DiBiase for joining us. We still have more stuff to get to, but 80swrestlingcon.com to find out how to order product and memorabilia and ship. Okay. And ship and find out what's going to be going on for these upcoming signings. All right, this is all to one fan named Jay Morozic, and he is in Minnesota. I think that's what that says. Minnesota.
Jay.
something after that here.
All right, these are once again for Emil Menard, and he actually commented, thanking the whole crew for putting this together. This is Emil Menard in Worcester, Massachusetts.
All right.
No, it's two different names.
No, it goes with that one. I didn't check with them.
All right, so this is Darius, who doesn't have a location, and Aaron Cordina in Australia, but apparently they're all together. So that's to Darius, and these two are to Aaron in Australia.
Darius. Red paint. I'll do the silver one first.
Craig Wilbur, Ryan, and Tommy, great show as always. Thanks, Ted, for doing this for all us crazy fans. Actually, you guys haven't been too crazy tonight. That's good. So thank you, Craig Wilbur. We appreciate the shout out and the appreciation.
All right.
All right, William D. Michelle in Easton, Pennsylvania. William D. Michelle in Easton, Pennsylvania. Once again, guys, tonight the response was absolutely overwhelming. So much stuff was sent in, so much stuff was ordered. We had to shut down the online store. We couldn't keep it going, so I apologize for those that asked questions that we didn't get to. Many of you that did ask questions, they're available in the video on 80swrestlingcon.com if you're watching this live right now. If you're already watching it on 80swrestlingcon.com, then you're already here. But stay tuned for all the upcoming signings that are going to be coming your way. We got that huge virtual Mania event on WrestleMania Sunday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's going to be all day long. So before you watch the Showcase of the Immortals, which is going to be very interesting this year, right? I believe it's in Tampa. We don't know. Anything could change. So we're just going with the flow, just like the rest of the entertainment world. We can't wait to be back in person with 80s Wrestling Con again. But until then, we're going to have these virtual signings. And who knows, they may even happen after everything goes back to normal. You just never know. So here we go. We got Greg in Macungie, Pennsylvania. Greg. Cliff Smalling, thanks Ted for gracing us with your presence. And those photos are what people sent in, right?
Oh, these?
What, over there at those tables.
No, those are what people order from Tommy.
Those have been signed already.
Oh, okay,
This
gotcha.
stuff has to get done.
Any of these fresh?
Yeah, hit it fresh. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, grab one of those. That's good enough. Anything that's gonna.
There you go.
Pass it.
There's one in particular that I'm wondering got sent in, and I'll ask about it off camera.
Okay.
All right, this is for Sean McBride in Danville, Illinois. He's got 2 pictures right there. Matt Gabriel, I found this randomly on Instagram, and it is awesome. Thanks for putting it together. I'm in for all of these going forward. That's great. Spread the word, especially on Instagram, at 80s Wrestling, at Ryan Marr Comedy. Vicious Vicky's on Instagram as well. She was here for the pre-show. So give everybody a follow on Instagram. You're going to see everything coming up at 80swrestlingcon.com. Get those orders in. You'll know where we're at going forward. Any UWF stories? I'm sure that there were some earlier we talked about, but for right now, no questions at this time because we are so busy. But hello from Massachusetts. Yes, Chris Briggs, hello to you. This is for Ryan Rispecki in Chicago, Illinois. He's got 2 pictures as well. A lot of people doubling up on their Ted Dibiase 8x10s. And also for Mike Rotunda in 2 weeks. They can sign both. Corey Walker, I for one am thankful for the virtual signings because I don't live in the Northeast where all these signings usually happen. Well, we're thankful to have you, Corey. Thanks for being a part of it.
Wait. Okay.
Blue paint. We'll do it over again. Don't worry about it. We'll do it over again. It's supposed to be in blue. We'll just skip it. Don't worry about it. He'll fix it. It's all good. Just tell him to give it. It's all good. It's all good.
These are for Tate Brickle in Canada. Tate Brickle in Canada. David Johnston would love to have you guys in the Seattle, Tacoma area. Beer and iced tea is on me. We'll hit up Tommy Fierro at 80s Wrestling and talk to him, 80swrestlingcon.com. We'd love to travel, so work it out with Mr. Tommy Fierro. My mother just said, does he know you were a wrestling nerd? Yeah, I think over the last 3 hours, Mom, that he's probably been able to put 2 and 2 together. I don't know. My mom's heckling me on Facebook. Do you believe this? I mean, that's isn't that crazy?
That's
All right.
funny.
Come on, let's try this again. The blue paint is a one.
Blue paint, yeah.
Vicente Andy Garcia, welcome back. My first virtual ever. So far, a great experience. Well, thank you for being here, Vicente. And now we're moving on to some of the stuff that was sent in, mailed in by fans from all over the world. We got a bunch of different memorabilia that we're going to be going through. Like I said, the response was overwhelming tonight. So many orders were coming in, so thank you all for that. Thank you to my mother for once again embarrassing me. First virtual ever. All right, so here we go. This is actually really cool. While Mr. DiBiase is finishing up that signing, this is from Jack's Pacific. It was the Classic Superstars. I believe this was like the first or second line that came out. The Super Articulation. You got the $1 Million Championship belt. I was talking to Coco Beware about this a couple weeks ago. When I was a kid, we didn't get all these different belts. You had one belt that was on Hogan, and then you were screwed if you lost it. So here we go for Bob Tierer in Great Falls, Virginia.
Green paint.
Green paint
This is
pen.
the newer one. He wants it to Bob. Okay.
Bob.
Tyrer, Tyrer.
You think when they put their last names on there, they really want their last names on there?
No, because I'm just giving them the shout out.
Well,
It says what they
Two
want.
Bob.
Well,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
says
yeah,
two
yeah,
Bob.
yeah, Two Bob
Yeah,
Tyler,
that says two
yeah.
Bob.
And I just personally, I was like, if somebody were gonna ask, if I were to ask somebody for a personalized autograph, I wouldn't want them to put my last name on it, because if it's just your first name, it seems a lot more personal,
I agree.
you know?
Do what you think.
Yeah. But, hey, no, it's their stuff.
You are right.
Christopher Curtis, great production tonight. Thank you again for bringing wrestling legends to tell stories and share memories. It was an honor to spend some time with you. Well, thank you very much, Chris. You guys make this possible, especially during these trying times. It's nice to be able to at least get out of the house in a socially distanced environment and provide these signings for all the fans the world over. So thank you for taking part in it.
Ours was big.
Now, you guys can't tell, this next is a dual set. Virgil is covered up for this with what he says. Good. There you go. But these are great. Ryan Barreto from Canada. Ryan Barreto. Wow, he's got a lot that he wants. I'll let you instruct on how that's going to be signed. I don't like to. I don't want to mess anything up, because you can't do a do-over on someone's action figure. So that has to be.
So get a brand new yellow here.
Oh wow. I was at this event. There you go.
To be signed.
We'll get to that in just. All right, we'll get to that in just 1 second.
It's all on there, whatever's easier to read.
Anthony, I just saw that you asked a question. Unfortunately, right now, can't do any questions. We got to just keep moving along. But that
I'm gonna
was
start
talked about.
charging more.
What's that?
When they want all this stuff written on these things, it's like, you know, they want a paragraph of crap on there,
That's the guy you talk to right there.
you know?
Yeah, I hear you.
That's a signature spot.
And it just depends on what it is.
Basically, it's just $1 Million Man Hall of Fame 2010.
Yeah,
Start off.
Tony Seafeld says hello to Ted from Essexville, Missouri. Used to watch him wrestle at the Saginaw, or is that Michigan? Michigan. Used to watch him wrestle at the Saginaw Civic Center. I'm sorry, all these initials just start to blend together after a couple hours. So, but thank you for your comment, Tony. If you have any other comments, feel free to drop them. Once again, we can't take any more questions at this time because we still have so much more memorabilia to get through. But if you have any comments or any memories that you'd like to share at Mr. DiBiase, I will read them out loud from the chat. So please feel free to drop those as we continue.
Well, ha-ha-ha's and we're done.
But I only wanted 3 ha's, and he put 4. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Tell you what you need right there. Well, it actually looks pretty decent.
These are so cool. You know, I never
Okay.
understood the obsession with these, but now, like, once the wrestling ones came out, they are pretty cool. These are the Funko Pops. This is for Ryan Woods in Ellensburg, Washington. So there you go, Ryan Woods.
This is green too, isn't it? It's a
Yeah,
lighter
this
green.
is this was a better one, but whatever, we'll make it better. Green's green. Green paint, just a signature in the Hall of Fame.
This one. Yeah, let's see here.
This is great. This is a poster from SummerSlam 1991. I believe on that night you defended the $1 Million Championship against Virgil. It wasn't so often that the $1 Million title was on the line.
Here he wants us in the black Sharpie. Okay.
Tony Schneider is his
You got
name?
a
Yep.
black.
There's a black Sharpie right here.
Okay.
I was actually at that event, young kid. That was the night of the Macho Man
Like right here.
and Elizabeth wedding.
Yeah, I guess right.
Match made in heaven, match made in hell. There we go.
Okay. This is the old read.
wow.
Wants Ted to sign it.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to just pass it right over. So.
Hold it down.
Well, this is from Lowell Reed. He met Tony Atlas. You can hold it behind me. And Tony Atlas drew
Wow, that's
this
beautiful, man.
of you. So there you go.
It's coming around.
He's going to give it to you.
Turn.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got it.
Tony's my buddy.
Yeah, nice
He
guy,
wants
Tony
it.
Atlas.
Yeah.
Worked plenty of times
So
with him.
what colors you want?
Green.
Green? Green?
Yep. Add to Lowell in the top left corner.
What you want, 2 Lowell?
To Lowell in the top left corner.
Top left corner. There, hold it down. 2 Lowell. Top left corner, it's up here. 2 Lowell. You said
Yep.
L-O-W-E-L?
L-O-W-E-double-L.
Let's spell it again.
L-O-W-E-L-L.
Okay.
And then in the right-hand corner, upper right-hand corner,
Upper right-hand corner.
sign in the upper right-hand corner, maybe going to the open area next to his,
Oh, right here. Okay, that's where you want just a signature?
signed, add the trademark dollar sign with WWE Hall of Fame 2010. So sign in the upper right-hand corner over here,
Yeah.
dollar sign and WWE Hall of
Well, they're figuring that all out for Mr. Lowell Reed. 80swrestlingcon.com. Check out the list of these upcoming signings. It's really just a who's who of that era. I mean, we have IRS Mike Rotunda in 2 weeks. We have February 15th, Ron Simmons. February 22nd, The Powers of Pain. March
back over
8th,
here
Wendy
again for a
Richter.
second.
March 22nd, Bob
No more
Orton
than
and
this.
Craig DeGeorge.
Just
Craig
read
DeGeorge's
right.
first
Right.
autograph signing ever.
Well,
March 28th,
20,
WrestleMania Sunday. I'll be here for
Dollar
Virtual
sign,
Mania with
got
Jake
that?
the Snake Roberts,
Yeah,
Haku, Skinner, the
WWE.
Orient Express. April 26th with Stan Hansen. And don't
That's
forget
it.
the
That's it.
WrestlingCollector.com.
That's it.
Online
Because
store,
WWE
brand new,
Hall of Fame.
opens this Friday, January 15th
Hall
at
of Fame
9 a.m.
20.
Eastern
Okay,
Standard
sorry,
Time.
over here.
If you're in
Right.
Europe, I don't know what time that is, but it's going to be the WrestlingCollector.com. And so now, here we go to some of my favorite stuff, the Apter Mags. This is the Pro Wrestling Illustrated from January 1988. This is in great condition. And this is from Kevin Zemer in Greeley, Colorado. Mr. DiBiase here on the cover. Just the signature in Hall of Fame 2010 in black. And they're both his. I love the condition that these are in.
Yeah. Bill Apter took this picture.
Bill Apter's a great guy. I worked with him
Yeah.
on the Iron Sheik roast. He was the roast master. I didn't know what a talented singer he was. You know, usually when someone tells you that they enjoy karaoke, you don't know what to expect. Jealousy in the WWF, why everyone is out to get Ted DiBiase. Well, yeah, because he got to spoil everybody, and
I wish they had the money, that's
that's what it was all about. Now we got 2 action figures coming up
Okay.
after the magazine. These I was talking about with Coco Beware, the LJN action figures. This is still boxed. This is really, really nice. I had this, but the paint all wore off because you'd play with them and they would get destroyed. But this is actually probably one of the nicest ones I've ever seen. Still in the box, mint condition. Michael
Wow.
Quaid in Hoisington, Kansas.
Wow.
It's pretty wild, isn't it?
That is. Amen.
black pink pen. Very good. That's it. Just signature.
Did you get excited every time a new action figure came out? That had to be cool, right? That's
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, they're still coming out.
yeah, absolutely.
That's where it's crazy is, and what's really even wilder is the young kids that recognize me.
Yeah, yeah.
unbelievable.
You were saying before with the video
Yeah,
games.
that story about the kid.
I like the story when
These are the most popular ones, the Hasbros. This one's still
That's a
boxed.
great freaking story, man.
Nate Williams in Flint, Michigan. The people
It
go
was in
nuts.
Canada, right? You told me.
Yeah, yeah.
The people go nuts for these on Instagram. The Hasbros.
Silver.
They seem
I've
to be the
seen
most.
Which one of these silvers is going to work?
How about this one?
Yeah, we have like a hodgepodge of them.
Gotta do like Greg Valentine. When they don't work, he chucks them at the wall.
Well, there you go.
Convention. You ever see him?
Dang it.
No, we're just not
Give me
not
those.
lucking out here. There we go.
Let's get rid of these.
There we go. Okay.
Another Funko Pop. This is for Michael Anderson in Cranford, New Jersey. Michael
That's right by
Anderson
me.
in Cranford, New Jersey.
Green paint.
Green paint pen. Just signature.
Just signature.
This picture that we're
I'm
going to be
getting
coming
good
up
at
with
this
after he does the Funko Pop, this is pretty cool. This is, to me, when the NWO was king. You had Hogan, Hall, Nash, Giant, aka The Big Show, and then you found out that Mr. DiBiase, Trillionaire Ted, was the financial backer. This brings back a lot of memories. And for me as a kid, it was interesting to watch, to see you on the same side with Hulk Hogan. You never thought Ted
I gave him a little
DiBiase
extra.
All right.
and Hulk Hogan would be working together, but here it is. Chad Matthews
Silver.
of Bremen, Georgia. Silver.
Boy, Ted, there's a lot of merchandise out there. You really reinvented yourself a lot of times, huh?
Yeah. Okay. I'll put it right here. For it to show up, yeah. Yeah, that's when I became Trillionaire Ted.
Which was so
that right?
brilliant if you think about it, because everyone knew you as the $1 Million Man, and they
yeah.
couldn't do it. So he's the financial backer, Trillionaire Ted. Jonathan G. in Greenfield, Wisconsin. This looks like a WWE trading card from back when.
Just a silver.
Next silver, just name, maybe name in a Hall of Fame. So just look at the notes.
I'm sorry. Oh,
Just name the Hall of Fame, so you just look at the notes.
okay.
That's what we're trying to separate them.
All right, and this is for Sam DeCello in Nottingham, Maryland.
Green paint pen.
Green paint pen for that.
Just signature and Hall of Fame.
Let's hope it's the same. My wife would kill me if I bought 3 of the same.
All right, let's. I don't want to. There you go. Let's move them over here. So I don't want to confuse them. Especially because you can't do a do-over on these bad boys. So, green paint pen. This is for Michael Wong in Brooklyn, New York. He has 3 of these.
Just, it looks like just signature, right? It looks like
Just signature and Hall of Fame,
Same thing you did
2010.
before.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Get the just signature ones as much as possible.
Matthew Compitello, green paint. Could be worse. Could be green mist. There you go.
Look at those photos.
These are personalized photos that look like they were taken at a live event, and
Yeah.
they're absolutely excellent. Whoever took these, what's the name on these?
Those look like
We don't have a
Napolitano
name, but
pictures.
these are great photos.
Silver, he wants them in those, the other ones in silver pictures.
All right, just the signature in silver right there. We're running into overtime tonight. The response was so overwhelming, but that's a good thing. 80swrestlingcon.com for the list of all the upcoming signings and how you can ship your memorabilia out, how we'll get it back to you, how you can place your orders. All that stuff's available at 80swrestlingcon.com. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Thank you, Mr. DiBiase, for being so generous with his time. But we're going to keep barreling right through these. If you have any memories or comments, I'll read them out loud. No more questions, please. We're in overtime right now with WWE Hall of Famer, $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase. This is for Jorge Lopez in Sacramento, California, green paint pen.
Just signature.
All right.
And this just came in from Tommy Fierro at 80s Wrestling. Anyone that orders any of our upcoming signings from now to 11 o'clock will get an additional autograph photo from one of our previous signings, which were Demolition, Coco Beware, Brutus Beefcake, Greg Valentine, or Tito Santana for free. You tell me in the notes section when ordering which you'd like. My way of saying thank you, 80swrestlingcon.com. So that's from Tommy Fierro, the boss man himself. This is a $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase Elite action figure. Sean Patterson from Moreno Valley, California. green paint pen, Hall of Fame 2010 and signature.
That's his thing.
And this is also, he's got 2 of them. So 2 for Sean, both Hall of Fame 2010 and signature. Is this the same shirt from 2 weeks ago with Coco?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
pretty cool. Survivor Series t-shirt from Angelo Caprio.
The basketball. They put that basketball in there. I loved it.
It's wild, right? Yeah, I was saying a couple weeks ago, when I was a kid, like, you couldn't have a casket match. Like, you'd have to take, like, your mom's jewelry box or something. Like, then when I was too old and interested in girls, then they started making caskets and, you know, I still might have played in secret. Not gonna lie. All right, this is a t-shirt, Survivor Series.
Might want to open it, actually.
Yeah, whatever they want to do.
Okay, just black, and black, that one, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Will those paint pens work?
You know what, let me get a black Sharpie. You got a regular black Sharpie? Get a black Sharpie. Probably would work. There we go, sir.
Like right here.
Yep.
Actually, my old teammate, Tony Blanchard.
There you go.
Doug Reeder, Kicking the Basketball, Classic TV. If you go to 80swrestlingcon.com, we talked about that a little bit at the beginning of our show, so make sure you check that out. This is for Cody Murphy. Doesn't say where he's from, but hello,
We
Cody.
played.
Gold.
We played football together.
In Texas,
West,
right?
West,
West, right?
yeah, in Tully.
In gold. You got gold over here?
Same school where the Funks went.
We don't have gold over here. We need a gold.
We need a gold Sharpie, please. Gold Sharpie.
Or we can.
That one.
This is good.
Yeah, we've been using.
You want coffee?
Huh?
You want coffee?
Just signature and Hall of Fame.
Yeah, sure.
Black?
No. Yeah, you guys can bring it black.
Lowell Reed says, thanks, Ted. I appreciate your time. Sorry if I made it complicated. Didn't mean to. Not a problem, Lowell. We appreciate your patronage over here at 80s Wrestling. Oh, wow. Are those the 3 different Hasbros?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Same guy.
I had these 2. I didn't have the green. That's pretty cool.
All 3 loose.
And they're all boxed.
Yeah. Kicked myself for open.
I know. Well, hey, I like playing with them.
It's the same thing with that.
All right, Sal in Williamstown, New Jersey.
That's green paint. Just there's nothing in that box, but okay. Green paint.
I had 2 out of these 3, but they weren't boxed. Look at that. How dope is that? Pretty cool. Mint condition. Updated pictures on the back of each cards. We got the Funko Pops. Just an overwhelming response tonight. Here we go. These are all 3. Is there a name on them?
Yeah, it's on one.
No, it's on one of them. On the last one. There we go. Anthony Hall from McDowell, Kentucky. There you go.
White paint pen.
Oh, you got a white paint pen? You're not
These
here.
2 are white, and then that one's
Right here.
He's got it. Okay. And you could put Hall of Fame on it. 2010. you said. Okay, we're done with that one.
Tom.
Okay, the next one will be in black.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
I mean, I would
Signature and Hall of Fame. 2010.
Thanks, man. I do have it. Thank you, buddy. Ian Levy coming in with the iPhone save there. I appreciate that. Trying to follow along in the chat. All right, this is for Dustin Dubuque in Wisconsin. Green paint pen for the Funko Pop. right, this is for Andy T in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Andy T.
Green paint, just signature, I guess above.
Here or up here? Right in here.
So we have
Looks like,
all this?
hey, Ian, come here, please.
Yeah,
Yeah, right in here.
It looks
Yeah.
like you want it right.
Yeah, he wants it right in
Yeah,
there.
okay.
Okay.
Wow, the official WrestleMania 5 program. This is pretty cool. And $1 Million Man Ted Dibiase versus Brutus the Barber Beefcake. Green paint pen, just signature, and the money sign. And that, oh, they're all the same gentleman? Michael Provost. He's got a bunch of magazines here. Wrestling Spotlight, which I believe was like a replacement for the programs at the house shows. And of course, the May 1989 World Wrestling Federation magazine. Pretty cool. These are all the same gentleman, Michael Provost. David Wilkins, just a shout out to Mr. DiBiase. You look good, and thanks again for all you did in 350 Days, the documentary on the life you went through behind the scenes back in the 70s and 80s. Stay happy, healthy, and safe. From David Wilkins, executive producer, 350 Days. This one for that.
Just a signature and the $1 Million Man.
And this is great. This is actually a painting that was sent in by the artist, Jason Schneider.
Wow,
and it's a painting of Ted DiBiase. This is pretty cool. And he would like that
Just
sign. It's a
black.
painting of you that he made, and he'd like for you.
You think paint?
to
You
sign.
think we should use? What do you think, Ted? The Sharpie or paint on it? Doesn't seem like it.
I think we ought to go with this. You
Should we
think?
test it first, or for you got paper or something? Here. Those are nice pictures. Yeah. That looks good.
Where's he want it?
Where's he want it signed? Anywhere here? Just Hall of Fame?
Says
I guess?
just signature and Hall of
If you
Fame,
up there,
2010.
take it up to the left.
Signature Hall of Fame. Put it up here.
It's a beauty.
And Chris Karcher with the Funko Pop, Ted DiBiase, NIRS. Don't forget he'll be here in 2 weeks. This is East Hanover, Connecticut. Chris Karcher. Green paint pen, just the signature. I'll let you.
Yeah. Then you can give the shot.
All right, this is for Adam Murrell in Jeffersonville, Indiana. Actually, I'll just take my poster real quick.
So we're doing a green paint pen, signature, and Hall of Fame 2010. Stretch. Stretch time. 7th inning stretch.
Ooh. I got to stretch a little bit here.
Which brings us to,
Yeah, if you get that.
while he's
If you
stretching,
get-
we have our flags here.
Yeah, is there a,
Shout out
is there
to
a,
Carter Cole here. We got the flag going again.
There might be one in the hall.
Is there a bathroom close, guys?
Oh, so,
Yeah, I guess.
Carter Cole
Someone
is-
needs, we're still live, aren't we?
yeah, we are.
So someone say, stretch.
We're taking a quick little break. The $1 Million Man needs to use the $1 Million throne. So he'll be back in a few minutes. So in the meantime, we'll just sit here. And, I don't know. Anybody want to?
Hey guys, this is Tommy Fierro. My whole thing is I never come in front of the camera, I'm always behind the camera, but I did want to talk to you guys for a few minutes while we're waiting for Ted. He's been signing for a long time, so he's on a quick bathroom break. I just want to thank everyone again for the overwhelming support that these signings have been generating over the last month or two. Although I'm extremely busy, I can just tell by the orders coming in and the feedback we're getting that these just continue to grow bigger and bigger each and every show. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the support and all the orders coming in and all the feedback I've been getting through emails and through my Facebook Messenger. And it's crazy. Sometimes I feel like I have to pinch myself. It's so amazing to have this overwhelming reach worldwide, globally. Orders coming in from Norway, from Sweden, from France, from Italy, all 50 states tonight. So I just want to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to Ryan, who's been doing a fantastic job. The handsome man with the mask on, that's Ian Levy. He's my best friend. He pretty much keeps the glue together for me here. He's behind the scenes and getting everything ready for the guys to sign every show. I just can't thank all you guys enough. I promise you, and I mentioned it earlier in the chat, I will be continuing to do this all year long. So even one day when COVID goes away and things get back to normal, these will not go away. I find it fascinating that I can connect globally to an audience all around the world. And I just want to say thank you, and I'll leave it back over to Ryan. Maybe Ryan can tell one of his funny jokes while waiting for Ted to come back.
Yeah, well, no, I just wanted to echo those sentiments. This has been a lot of fun. It's a lot of great. Why are you still here? No, I'm kidding. I'm playing with you. Anyway, I'm just messing with you. But it's great to be here. And Tommy's like what was the neighbor's name on Home Improvement? Who just always say, but Wilson, yes. So, but thank you, Tommy, for putting this together. Vicious Vicky was on the pre-show. I'm sorry, what was his name? Well, I'm sorry, you did a great job.
Bob Culture Podcast.
There you go, Bob Culture Podcast. He co-hosted, did a great job. I only got to meet him briefly before I came in. This has been great, and I feel bad because Ted's obviously the type of guy. Down the line, I'd love to do more stuff with him. So attentive, great storyteller.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, sometimes you never know what you're going to expect when you talk to these guys. But just very giving with storytelling and answering questions. But unfortunately, like Tommy had pointed out, the response was so overwhelming tonight that if we asked even half the questions that we got to, we'd be here till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly.
So hopefully we'll get to do other projects with Ted. I'm going to be working with Tommy on some ideas and some things that I have in mind that I'd like to see happen. But as far as these signings are concerned, I mean, you guys really put together just such a great thing, and there's a lot more to come. I mean, 80swrestlingcon.com, we got the list. There's so many great signings that I'm personally looking forward to. Some of these are guys that I've gotten to meet, work with. Some I haven't. IRS, Mike Rotunda, January 25th. February 15th, Ron Simmons. February 22nd, The Powers of Pain, Warlord and Barbarian. That's going to be awesome. March 8th, Wendy Richter. I mean, just think about the history with her. WrestleMania 1, Rock and Wrestling, Lou Albano, Cyndi Lauper. I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than that. Wendy Richter on March 8th. March 22nd, Cowboy Bob Orton, Hall of Famer in his own right. Father of future Hall of Famer Randy Orton. He's going to be with Craig DeGeorge, who, kind of, I don't want to say faded into obscurity, but at least in the wrestling sense he did. He doesn't do any autograph signings. No. He hasn't appeared at any conventions, and he's going to be with Bob Orton on March 22nd. And then, of course, March 28th, Virtual Mania. That's the WrestleMania Sunday. You're going to have Skinner, the Orient Express, the toughest man to ever step foot in a wrestling ring. That's not my opinion. That is pretty much every professional wrestler from 1984 onward. Haku. And Jake the Snake Roberts, who's going to be headlining that. That alone right there is worth the price of virtual admission. And then we have April 26th, this man's tag team partner, not this man Ian Levy, the $1 Million Man Ted Dibiase's tag team partner from Japan, Cowboy Stan Hansen. So, I mean, he's really just put something incredible together with 80s wrestling, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And then, of course, thewrestlingcollector.com. The new online store, it opens Friday, January 15th at 9 a.m. That is this Friday. But thank you guys so much for, we wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. And we love engaging with you. We love seeing all the cool stuff. For me especially, these action figures, I still can't get over. What would you say to your parents growing up? Like, buy me two, I'll play with one, and I'll keep the other one in a package. Like, that's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, no, my mom looked at me like I was crazy.
Yeah. Well, I remember before the Hasbros came out, I went to Toys R Us, and they had them all in a shopping cart, the LJNs, the ones that were left. Now, what is this? This is...
Oh, this is for shout out, we had Carter Cole on the flag here.
Okay. I'm going to stand up while you just do that, just stretch it out a little bit while Mr. DiBiase has a seat and signs that, and then I'll sit right back down in 1 minute. Steel rods in the spine, got to stretch it out.
And then I went like this, and I went, holy crap.
I don't blame you, yeah.
I'm left-handed, so
you've been going hard.
Yeah. 3 hours plus 3.5.
Hey, not moving. Okay, where do you want it?
So we're doing green paint pen, just your signature. Up here.
Is it showing up?
Yeah, it's going. It's just different type of cloth. See it? Can you see it, or is it?
I can't.
Or do you want to use the lighter green?
Well, you can see it there, right there. You can see where you started it, right there.
You guys would make a great Patterson and Briscoe, I got to tell you, from back in the day. Oh, we got 2 of those flags?
Yeah.
All right. Stick down here.
I have no recollection of those ever coming out. Like, when I saw those a few weeks ago, that was my...
Another flag. This one's for Rob Kerr.
In Australia, right? Wasn't that where Rob's from? Now the names are starting to run together. So let us know if I screw up your shout out. Let me know in the chat.
I'll use that one. Signature Hall of Fame 22.
Take a ride to the Capitol to have Valentine's. He's up a bunch. I love when he's up this fight.
All right, this is...
We call him Turtle.
Oh, we're keeping on right here, right?
Just moves so slow.
All right, so Brian Webb. Funko Pop for Brian Webb, both of these. One of just you, one of UNIRS. How's the hand feel?
You know, this getting old ain't for sissies. Gosh, I sat down for 3 hours and I feel like I need an oil can. Let's lubricate the joints here.
Sound like a symphony of walnuts in the morning when you get it done, right?
Yeah. Okay, green paint. Which one? This one?
There you go.
Signature Hall of Fame. Ah, the one with the white suit, the white and gold, the one I didn't wear very much. Well, I wore it about 3 times, and I said, you know what? Why doesn't it look good on bad guys?
I remember you wore that in the SummerSlam match against Riz Ramon, I think. Right? I think that was the first time I recall seeing it.
Okay, well, you know what I say about these Funko Pops? At least they got the size of my head right.
All right, there's one more for Brian Webb, Funko Pop.
Okay.
All right, these are for John Paul. This is the Ted Dibiase autobiography from WWE. Is this your only autobiography, or was there 2?
No, but the first book I wrote, which is more about my my salvation and my spiritual life, was titled "Every Man Has a Price."
Okay.
And I wrote that, and that came out like in '94.
Okay.
You know, unless there's somebody I don't know, I think I was the first guy to get a book out a long time
I
ago.
vaguely remember hearing that, but this was the WWE
Yeah,
one, right?
yeah.
Okay.
And they said, we want you to write the book, but he says, obviously, he says, you can talk about your faith, he says, but it needs to be, you know, more about your career.
Gotcha.
Obviously,
Gotcha.
which is what this one is.
That's fantastic.
So green paint, where?
I guess across the.
Yeah.
And these are all for the same gentleman. He's got the Money Inc. Funko Pop, as well as the, I almost called it the action card, the trading card.
Okay.
He's got this card here, that's silver, just the signature.
this?
And then this is also green paint, correct?
Well, I've got it in my hand.
Perfect.
Okay. And this is silver.
If there's any indie wrestlers watching, there's no excuse to not have boots. If fans are buying boots to be signed, there's no excuse to not have a pair of wrestling boots as a professional wrestler. So here we go. We got for Bryant Newell in Jackson, Tennessee, red paint pen, just signature, and WWE Hall of Fame. No kick pads and Doc
Now,
Martens.
what'd
real
you,
wrestling
what
boots.
color?
Red paint pen.
Red paint.
And he wants just
that
the
red?
signature
It's
and
red.
WWE
Try it out. You see how
Hall
it
of
looks
Fame.
on here.
Doesn't look like a dark red.
Use
Of
one of
course,
these if you want.
I'm
Wanna try this?
colorblind.
Corey Walker saying Goldberg is on Raw next. So that's the great thing about these on Monday nights. You can have us on your iPhones and on your iPads, your tablets, and you can have Monday Night Raw
Good.
on your TV. I definitely have.
Okay, where do you want me to sign it?
Just a second. Ian, come here.
I would imagine the
I would
top.
just say,
I sign them at the top.
I was, yeah, definitely.
So red paint, signature, and Hall of Fame.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Signature and Hall of Fame.
Does he want it big or,
He didn't say, right?
No, it just says red paint.
okay.
Mike Riggs. Ted, it's a
Right,
pleasure to
that's
meet
one,
you here
right?
tonight, sir.
And the
Thank
other
you for
one.
being one of my favorite WWE superstars. And he's been a trooper tonight. He's here overtime with
Same
us.
thing, I would think, same
thing,
deal, right?
Same thing,
What's it
yes,
say? It says red, right?
same thing.
All right, so we'll go there.
Travis Babcock wants to let us know that Triple H is wrestling Randy Orton tonight. Maybe Randy is still upset about 2004 being thrown out of Evolution. But thank you for the Monday Night Raw update. All right, this is for Eric Bowman in Monterey, Tennessee. He wants the green paint pen. For those of you that are just joining us, I'm seeing some questions popping in. We've been here since 7 p.m. We've gone overtime. Thank you to the generosity of Mr. DiBiase for agreeing to do so. So if you're having any questions, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to get those questions right now. But if you have any comments or any memories of the $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase, I will gladly read them aloud. Here we go. This one is Sean Barton in Plano, Texas. Sean Barton, gold. Gold is what he wants. I think the gold pen was over there, right?
Yeah, the one over there.
Okay. So once again, guys, if you have any comments, please feel free to drop them, but we're not going to have time for any more questions tonight. We're already way over time. All right, this is for George Lopez, not the comedian, I don't believe. George Lopez in Staten Island. George Lopez in Staten Island.
Green paint?
Oh, I can't wait to get this one. That is cool.
So that's it, right?
That's it, yes.
That table there.
Yep.
This one shows up really good.
About 10 items left, 11.
All right, these are both from the same gentleman?
Yes.
This is Ron Lafford from Milton, Vermont. He's got two great 8x10s. One is you with your bodyguard Virgil, and this is very special. This is you and sensational Sherry Martel, and Sherry already signed this, the late Sherry Martel. That's
awesome.
That is really, really awesome.
Everybody's got a prize.
Sherry on his early.
You know what? I never, it's amazing. And she was best friends with Kathy Fitzpatrick
Yes.
and all that, and I never met her. All those years I was ring announcing and I met all those people, I never crossed paths with her. It's a real shame because I heard she was a lot of fun.
She used to stay at Bobby's house all the time.
Many times.
Oh, wow. I knew you looked familiar when you walked in. Now I know because I was like, wait a minute. We were Facebook friends for quite a while, I
Then we
believe.
probably still are.
Yeah, no, we are. Because I'm looking at you and I'm going, I know this guy's face.
I'm not
Are you
gonna
the
do
friend,
it.
Ryan?
No, I don't think so. I'm going to look. Should I call him?
I'm gonna do my signature. That's what it's everybody's got a price. I'm not gonna do for the $1 Million Man. You know, he can cry about it.
And here we are with the picture. He said it now.
Yeah, if you want me to put that on there, everybody's got a price. It'll cost you a little more.
They'll have to order a cameo as well. So get on cameo. All right. So, real quick, if you have one quick Sherry Martel story, because that is really cool to see that.
You know, I loved working with Sherry, and the thing about Sherry was she was really into it, and as a ringside manager for me, I had to slow her down. I mean, she would just go, and I would say, you got to save some of that. You know, it's kind of like, you know, timing's everything. So it's kind of like she would jump up and you know, at appropriate times to distract the referee. I said, just hold back a little bit. And I said, you know, make it. You know, it's like sometimes less is more.
Absolutely.
And it was hard for her to get that concept, but she got it.
Because a tough woman.
And the other, that was the other thing I was going to say. I mean, she could be the nicest lady in the town, in the room, but do not cross that woman.
I could imagine.
And I don't care if you're male or female, because she wasn't afraid of anybody.
I believe it.
Yeah, she was tough.
I believe it.
Old school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So this is silver and just the signature. Yeah, we were talking before when you were signing. We knew some people. Tommy had her, I believe, at a convention years back, but I never got to cross paths with her. But the stories that I've heard, just how tough she was, and
We did a baseball in a New Jersey grocery store once. With,
oh, okay.
a salami stick, and I had to beg her some cheese doodles. But she cooked us a meal at like 2:30 in the morning.
So we're good.
Oh, that's wild. That's great.
$1
I've heard nothing
champion.
but great stories.
$1 million, we said, $1 million champion.
Okay.
Kyle James talking about when you busted Dustin Rhodes open on Saturday night's main event. That was the very young Dustin Rhodes, I believe his first television appearance. Yeah. And here's Steve Maudlin, Anderson, Indiana. Steve
Nothing
Maudlin.
better than Saturday night's main event, right? I look forward to watching that all the time.
Green paint.
Everybody gets a price, green paint.
Is there a smaller one?
Finer points?
He wants me to write a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Is any of these?
Probably this.
That's all red.
A little thick, right, this one.
Just don't forget you got that.
Yeah, no, we got it.
Once again, guys, 80swrestlingcon.com for all the upcoming signings. They're listed there. We're going to run them down again for you in just a little bit. But don't forget Virtual Mania on Sunday, March 28th. An incredible lineup of talent for that. My name is Ryan Marr. I'm going to be your host. Make sure you follow 80s Wrestling at 80s Wrestling on Instagram, as well as at Ryan Marr Comedy. Don't forget the $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase. He's been very gracious with his time, very generous. He's staying overtime to get to everybody's products that they've sent in. He's also available on Cameo, so if you want any type of private message, a congratulations, a happy birthday, there's the man right there, $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase. Hit him up on Cameo. Ron LaFon says, thanks, Mr. DiBiase. The promos look awesome. Now, this is cool. This is Lenny Peeney. He's a police officer. You're in the picture with him. I'm trying to get a close-up on the patch to see where he actually is a police officer. I can't quite make that out, but that's a pretty cool photo. Lieutenant Peeney.
You know, and I remember taking that picture, and I just can't remember where it was right now.
Looks like a Jersey type guy, New York guy, don't he?
Yeah, I'm trying to make out what that patch says on his to find out what police department. It doesn't say.
Has a price. Oh,
Well, hello, Lieutenant
Lieutenant Peeney has a price at $1 Million Man.
Be careful in New Jersey,
Yellow
admitting to
paint
corruption.
Yellow paint, man.
If it is New Jersey. But if you're watching, Lieutenant Peeney, feel free to let us know what police department you work at so we can give you a shout out. Thank you to all the first responders, as always, especially
And
with
thank
everything
you
going
for
on
your
now.
service. Thank you for what you do. And
Not an easy job.
and for all you idiots out there that want to defund the police, I got a few choice words for you, and I ain't gonna say them here.
I like it.
That's going crazy.
I gotta get my hands on some of these DVDs because now WWE Network, they have like every indie thing, but I would love, well, the Mid-South, they have a lot of
Yeah.
Mid-South on the network now, but the St. Louis wrestling,
I
and all
know.
this stuff.
If you go on Amazon Prime, if you have that, and just search wrestling.
Oh, there's a lot of this
they have
stuff on
a
there?
ton of old school.
Oh, okay. The problem is that now there's just so much great content on TV in
That's the
general
thing, yeah.
that it's like how much wrestling. I mean, I already watch enough wrestling as it is. It's like
Got a belly full of wrestling since
Yeah.
1978.
Okay, that's
all right. So this is are these all?
It's all from this gentleman.
Oh,
This
okay.
is Andy's.
All right, so this is Andy Hammerlink. He's got a bunch of different stuff. He's got the Volume 6 St. Louis Wrestling DVD cover. He's got, I love this, Mid-South Wrestling presents Giants, Midgets, Heroes, and Villains. There you go.
Just black on that, it says.
This is all for the same gentleman, so we just have that left, and then
what a horrible picture they picked to put on there.
You must have wrestled 30,000 times to calculate everything out, right? God.
You know, I don't.
Twice on Saturday and twice on Sunday, and you add all those days together.
Well, okay, there's one.
all right, so then there's
So this has to go together. So.
I think a little cartoon drawing of you.
Wow, I've never seen this.
Does that happen often where something comes out and you're like, oh wow, I was not aware? Okay, same gentleman, Andy. I guess
Okay.
this is black, just signatures, so pretty small on that.
How'd you figure that out? Blew it up?
Oh, Lenny Peeney,
yeah.
thank you guys. Much appreciated. Well,
pretty
thank
good.
you, Lieutenant Peeney, for everything that you do.
The guy who took that picture in Massachusetts said that they clapped. He just looked it up.
Anthony Militek, I like the host. Hopefully he's the regular. Thank you, Anthony. It's very nice. I will be the host from here on out, so looking forward to talking to you. Oh, stop it. Stop it. You're going to make me blush. Mike Gronsky, love you, Ted. Steve Maudlin, thank you, Ted. Sorry, guys, trying to scroll up to get to some of your shout-outs. Brendan McKenzie, talking about one of my favorite storylines. I will never forget when you bought Tatanka as a kid. I really thought you bought Luger as a great swerve. Actually, interesting little anecdote to that. So the week before that SummerSlam pay-per-view, there was a live WWE call-in show. And Vince McMahon was sitting there with Kurt Hennig, and they took a call from a fan, and he goes, I think it's Tatanka who's sold out to the corporation. And you just saw Vince McMahon's face turn red, because that fan actually called what was going to happen. So that was one of my favorite memories as a kid. We have another action figure here, Nicholas Da Silva in Canada.
Green
Nick Da
paint.
Silva. Oh, they're all
Yep.
three are for Nick Da Silva.
Yep.
Especially with how over Tatanka was as a face, right?
Exactly.
With all the stuff with Chief J Strongbow, and that
Yep.
was just perfect. Oh, wow. Well, we have a piece of the $1 Million Championship for here.
Ian, that's gonna, green paint, that's gonna take on the gold there? I mean, it's
What
gonna.
they want.
No, I'm just wondering how it's gonna, it'll be interesting to see.
All right, so here we go. This is for Tom Morrow in Rockville Center, New York. I'm assuming he wants it on the back, right?
I think it's in the front.
Or the front?
Turn it.
Oh,
We
that
It's
should
got
help.
arrows there, but yeah.
Oh, right there. Okay, I apologize.
He wants, everybody's got a price and he wants to.
Here on the front.
I can't imagine how awkward it had to be to wear this.
What does the
This can't be the first time
Green
you saw
paint
one of these.
pen.
It's just green paint pen.
$1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase?
see?
It's his belt. I need a green one that's kind of like this.
You got something, you got something green like this?
Whatever's on the table, that's what we got left.
Green, all right.
Okay, this is,
I got.
That's red.
yeah.
These are the two green options we got. We got these three here. Test it out and see.
Jeffrey Lambert, the early 90s, my mom worked at a McDonald's outside of Philly, and Ted went through the drive-thru, and my mom was so disappointed that he left before she could ask him for an autograph for me. I'm a big fan, and thank you for all you do, Jeff Lambert. Anthony, my last name is Marr, Ryan Marr, M-A-H-E-R, no relation to Bill, but Ryan Marr, so thank you for asking.
Okay, and then he wants over here. Everybody's got a price.
Ian, that replica seems pretty close to the real thing. I mean, Ted.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll take those stickers. So this goes with Ian. You wanna take this? Put it, keep it together?
I believe this, is this the same or is this somebody different?
All right,
Hold on, let me look.
that's a good question.
There's no names on these. Are these the same as that?
That was part of that, that other guy that we had before.
I don't know who that was. Can we double check on that?
It did look pretty damn good.
Everything's kind of just
It
getting
looked really
thrown
good
at me.
to me.
card. This was the best one by far. I'm assuming he's talking about this signing. Only going to get better. Thank you, Emil. This was definitely, I would say, the busiest one. The orders were coming in nonstop. We had to shut down the online store early, but thank you for participating. And yeah, they're only going to just keep getting, bigger and better. And we're very excited for it, especially Virtual Mania on WrestleMania Sunday. That's going to be a lot of fun. But we have a lot of great signings coming up. 80swrestlingcon.com. Make sure you check it out for the full list. Yeah, I couldn't imagine wearing this everywhere. This is Scott Wiener from Pennsylvania. Green paint pen, just signature, and WWE Hall of Fame 2010. I don't want to mess this up. So awkward.
That pen worked really good on there last time. It came out good.
There we go. It's the real deal right there. Heavy too.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this is actually the real deal, and he paid for, like.
Well, you can buy the replicas like that for sure.
Really, they're this heavy and everything?
Yeah.
Usually they're like kind of flimsy and stuff.
Yeah. When you're paying top dollar, you're gonna get.
That's the best I can do. Put it in that little space.
Okay.
I tell you what they need to do.
I think it worked. It worked, right?
Yeah.
Paint pen. Yeah, we got it. Okay.
What my wife's idea too. She said, I used to tell them, look, sign them on the back.
Right.
Because you got to be real careful with that.
Sure.
Or it'll smear. But my wife said if you let it dry, and so then go over it with clear fingernail polish.
Oh.
It'll help save it.
It'll bond it.
Yeah.
All right, this is for Ricky O. And it's the World Tag Team Championship belts.
This one is signed on the back.
Okay, where do you want to sign?
Does he want to sign on the back?
It just says.
What's this right here?
Probably, he's got a sticker. He's got a sticker on it. So yeah, he wants it in silver up there in that area.
Okay.
I thought this said Buddy Bird. What's he get?
Okay.
And this is for Cody Murphy. And I don't know if it says.
Here, right on the back.
I don't like playing with that stuff. I don't want to break it. Very awkward.
Yeah. Does he want it?
Black ink.
I like the
Where's it
new
on the
belts.
back?
I like the new belts better in terms of them having hinges
Okay.
instead of that other stuff, but they're not as durable.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how to.
No, it makes
express that.
sense.
Yeah.
So what's it? He wants black ink where on the back?
Yeah, probably right there, which is what I usually do. suckers. Now, he took a couple of them off.
This sucker's saving shipping, yeah. You don't want to ship it, you don't want to send it all here unnecessarily, and pay on the weight maybe, you know?
Okay.
And last two items for Emil. We have this big boy here.
Okay.
This one.
Oh, yeah.
Red paint.
Probably.
Suit Emil, number one. Where do you want to put it up in, on the, probably on this part, right?
Yeah. 'cause it
I start
shows
up on the
it.
black.
Looks
Let's
nice
see how this
there.
fits. That looks pretty damn good, this part, yeah.
It should pop.
I start up on here, to Emil, get some flat surface here.
How do we do this?
That's good. Looks pretty good.
And the last one for Emil.
What do you think?
Same thing in red.
That red really stands out, let me tell you.
Yeah, the red does pop.
I guess up on the, what do you think, up in this area?
For those of you just joining
Hold
us,
on.
because you're on Facebook, 80swrestlingcon.com, thank you to the $1 Million Man, Ted Dibiase. He's gone an hour overtime. This was such an incredible experience. We've had so many products, memorabilia came in from all over the world, so many orders coming in that we had to actually shut down the online store. But 80swrestlingcon.com, check out what's going to be coming up in the coming weeks. January 25th, this man's tag team partner, Erwin R. Scheister, Mike Rotunda, he's going to be here. Got a bunch of different talent coming in over the next couple weeks. Virtual Mania on Sunday, March 28th. That's WrestleMania Sunday. Make sure you check that out. At 80s Wrestling on Instagram, 80swrestlingcon.com. Thank you to everybody who participated in the chat tonight. Sorry we couldn't get to all your questions, but we were able to get all the shout outs that we needed to. Done? All right, guys.
what else
Ted,
we got?
anything that you'd like to leave the fans
Anything
with?
else you missing?
Yeah.
No, that's good.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for
Making
staying
sure you
with
don't
us.
forget anything.
And just remember, everybody's got a price for the $1 Million Man.